All right, welcome everybody. You are in the Washington State Building Code Council Commercial Energy Code Technical Advisory Group. I still see a lot of people joining. I am going to provide some introductory words, and then we're going to go into approving the agenda and all that stuff. So welcome for those of you who are fairly new. I'm going to go through some basics so we all understand what's going on. For the newer members, welcome. We met a few times for the integrated draft. We now have 6 or 8 or so fun-filled meetings ahead of us. The council, after we get done with our 6 to 8 fun-filled meetings, the council will then put out a call for proposals. No, sorry. Staff received over 160 proposals, reviewed them for completeness, asked for more info in some cases, and put them into the matrix on the website that hopefully you've all had a chance to look at. Our job is now to review them and pass or reject the proposals. We can also modify them. It's likely we'll form some subgroups to meet and hash out some ideas as well. Once we get done with proposals, they will go to the MVPE committee, then the council, then out for public comment. Then the council will have hearings for public comment and make any necessary modifications and pass the code to be the 2024 Commercial Energy Code. So it starts here. Our part of that is the next 2 to 3 months reviewing all of the proposals and setting a package. After that, we're largely done as the tag. Conduct, please be respectful. Every year, someone goes a bit too far and we get some hurt feelings, and I get an email and I have to talk to somebody. We have different viewpoints, and that's very intentional, but are here to craft a great energy code that meets the various laws and requirements of codes. No soliloquies. We're not Hamlet here. We're all experts. Say what you need to say. If some people start talking too long, I'll need to enforce a time limit. I'm not going to enforce a time limit until needed, but please keep it brief and stick to your points. We use Robert's rules generally. That means for an action, there'll be a motion and a second. So someone will say, I move to, pass this proposal or reject this proposal or modify the proposal. And somebody will need to second it, and then we'll vote on that. Public is welcome to talk during most proceedings, and I'm not going to differentiate between public and tag members except in certain critical times. There are a few other rules, such as cutting off discussion requires a 2/3 vote. If we're getting antsy to vote on something, we can also table an item for later. Can also ask a question at any point. So if you're not familiar with Robert's rules, you can always just unmute and say point of order and wait to be recognized by me. I'm the chair. I'm Chell Anderson, an architect and building code council member, and then ask your question. Point of order takes precedence over other discussion. So if you have those kinds of questions, you can just unmute and say that. As far as the process, you all hopefully have the raise hand button. That is how I'm going to know that someone wants to say something. So if you're in the public or if you're a tag member or a council member or whatever, raise your hand. I am writing down names. And as I write down names, I will cross off your name after you speak, and I'll call on you. So that's how we're gonna just go in order. If somebody asks someone a direct question, we can pause and go to that person. But otherwise, I'm just going to go in the order that hands are up. And when hands are not up anymore, I'm going to assume that discussion is largely closed, ask a few questions maybe, and then we'll vote on that. The rules I'm going to follow today is I'm going to try and voice vote on everything. If the voice vote, if there's more than one nay in the voice vote, then we're going to do a roll call vote. Then we're going to revote using a roll call vote so we get exact numbers. But a lot of the stuff we cover is going to be unanimous, yes or no. So I'm going to save time. It takes a couple minutes every time we do a roll call vote, especially with almost 30 tag members between primaries and alternates. Use emojis. Normally, if we did this in person, I would see nodding of heads or shaking of heads. I would would get to see when we're getting close to having consensus or agreement on an issue. So instead of that, because you all have your cameras off, what you can do is you can react with a thumbs up or a heart or I guess joy if you really want joy, or celebration if you want. You can also put up the red X, meaning you disagree with what is being said. You need to actually take that down yourself. It doesn't go down by itself. But that's how I'm going to know when we're getting to consensus on an issue. It's really important so that we can keep this going quickly, that I can tell when we're getting close to having consensus on an issue, so that we can just vote and move on to the next item. We have a lot of items to cover. The goals of the Commercial Energy Code are spelled out in the laws that govern us, RCWs, we like to call them. There are a few I'm going to mention today. There is 19.27a.020, construct increasingly energy efficient homes and buildings. 19.27a.020.025, design a code to yield the lowest overall cost to the building owner and occupant while meeting the energy reduction goals. 27a.030, energy efficiency is the cheapest, quickest, and cleanest way to meet new energy needs. 1927a.160, achieve a 70% reduction by the 2031 Energy Code compared to the 2006 baseline. There is also a new RCW based on the I-2066, which says that the Energy Code cannot penalize or discourage, and there's more language, I'm paraphrasing all of these, gas appliances. And that's going to be something that we talk about a bit later today. So the council received a bunch of proposals, and their call for proposals included a very specific motion. I'm going to read it. To that end, we direct the Energy Code tag to continue to advance the 2024 Energy Codes and, if needed, bring forward off-cycle recommendations to update the 2021 Energy Codes so as to, number one, comply with federal APCA standards. We spent a lot of time on that last cycle, but if you're not familiar with APCA, it is the Appliance Efficiency Federal Standard. And in that, there's some stuff we spent a lot of time on last cycle. So if a lot of tag members want a refresher on that, we could do some refresher on that. Number two, meet existing statutory requirements, including to incrementally increase energy efficiency with each update towards a 70% improvement in energy efficiency. Number three, recommend rules that may be required to meet the I-2066 provision that gas may not be penalized, prohibited, or discouraged relative to other energy sources. And number four, doesn't provide any artificial advantage in meeting energy efficiency standards to gas energy sources or appliances. We will generally cover all 160 plus of the proposals. We're going to flag a few of them, or many of them perhaps, as I-2066 relevant. And then some group, we haven't figured it out quite yet, could be the council, could be the tag, could be a committee, will look at those I-2066 relevant proposals and potentially modify the 2021 Washington State Energy Code commercial. So we're concentrating on the 2024 codes, but we will flag anything that is I-2066 relevant, and the tag or some other entity will then deal with those in regards to the 2021 codes. Around 8:45, we will have Derek from the Attorney General's office come and talk to us about I-2066 and other laws and answer any questions on that. And that'll go as long as up to an hour, as long as we have questions. And he's already mentioned that a lot of the stuff is unknown, and he will end up deflecting a lot of questions, but nonetheless, we have him here so that he can answer any legal questions or address any legal questions that we have. Okay, so in short, please don't do soliloquies. raise your hand when you want to speak, and that's for the public and for the tag members. Use your emojis so that I know if a lot of people are agreeing with a speaker. Make motions and just ask questions if you don't know, because a lot of people haven't spent much time with Robert's rules. So just unmute and say point of order, and I will find you and call on you, and we'll get through this together. Okay, so with that, let's do a roll call and see who is here.
Okay, Jill Anderson,
I am here.
Craig Holt, Margaret Montgomery,
I am here.
Marty Brennan, Kim Barker,
I am here. I do need to log off for a half hour between 9 and 9:30.
okay, Todd Blevins,
I'm here.
Dwayne Johnlin,
I'm here, and may I suggest that when you hear silence that we say no one there, just in case somebody forgot to unmute.
Eric Bedell,
I am here.
Nick Massey,
I am here.
Sean Vig,
I'm here.
Kevin Roberts, I don't see him in the list. Greg Johnson,
Present.
Nathan Miller,
Present.
Prem Kumar Siddharth, I also don't see him on the list. Irina Rasputnis,
Present.
Kevin Duell,
Here.
Ian Casey,
Present.
Poppy Storm,
Present.
Shailesh Desai, I don't see him on the list. Larry Andrews,
Present.
Eric Olnon,
Present.
Lisa Rosenau,
Present.
Rick Blumenthal, I don't see him on the list. Irina Sesarova,
Present. I might need to step away between 9 and 10 a.m., but I might stay. Thank you.
Andy Burnham,
Present.
Sloan Ritchie, are you there, Sloan? Also don't see on the list. Brett Conway,
Did I hear a faint yes for Brett?
Yes.
are you there, Brett?
Sorry. I'm here.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
Luke Howard,
Present.
Marcus Verda,
Present.
Kevin Sharp,
Present.
Alessandra De La Torre,
Present, and I'll have to log off at 1 o'clock.
Deepa Sivajaran,
Present.
sorry about that.
It's okay.
Okay, we do have a quorum.
Okay, great. I also wanted to mention that it would be great if so we have primary representatives. Primary representatives get to vote if they're present. If they're not present, then the alternate gets to vote. Everybody gets to talk. So just because you're not a primary doesn't mean you don't get to talk or weigh in on a subject. So it would be great if the primaries and the alternates would coordinate so that at least one of you is at each meeting or covering each part of each meeting. So if you don't know your primary / alternate buddy, email Krista or myself, and we will tell you who that alternate buddy is, and that way you can make sure the entity you represent is covered, the technical specialty you represent is covered during the meetings, because these are long meetings. People will have to drop out here and there. Yeah, reach out to Krista or I if you don't know your alternate or your primary if you are in that position. Okay, with that, do we have Dirk on the phone? Okay, why don't we review and approve the agenda? So the agenda you've seen on the screen for the last 15 minutes. Does anybody want to make a motion to approve the agenda as written?
Move to approve. This is Dwayne.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second, Kim Barker.
Thank you, Kim. A motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the agenda? Lisa?
Yes, thank you. Excuse me, I just had a conversation with one of the proponents, and we're going to be providing the explanation. This is for Mike Rosenberg over at PNNL. And so we're going to provide the explanation or and answer questions for his proposal. Members of PNNL are they're not able to participate in a public discussion like this right now. And so David Reddy is going to join the meeting, but he is not available until afternoon today. And so we'd like to request to move the discussion about the TSPR proposals until afternoon today so that both David Reddy and I can provide the presentation for that proposal.
Okay. Is that a suggestion to move the TSPR ones, which is the like fifth bullet down or something like that, to later in the meeting?
Yes, if we could move it later, that way make sure that both of us are able to be a part of that discussion, that'd be great.
Okay. Dwayne and Kim, do you accept that as maker and second of the motion?
I do.
Dwayne, does that sound reasonable? I don't hear you, Dwayne, if you're talking.
Sorry, I lost connectivity there for a moment.
Okay. Is that a friendly amendment to move the TSPR to later in the meeting so that the proponents can be present?
Works for me.
Okay. All right, let's move it to. Yeah, I guess after all the C406 ones, which is maybe move it to the end. Yep. Okay. All right. Brett, you have your hand up.
Yes, just quickly, are all proponents notified when their particular proposal will come before the tag?
The question is, are proponents notified when their proposal comes up?
Yes, they are. We email them as soon as we have them on a schedule.
Thank you.
Good question. Okay, Brett, you can take your hand down now. If your question's been asked and answered. Okay, Lisa.
Yeah, thanks. One more comment. I submitted 2 proposals that are relevant to the discussion today that are not on the agenda. I'm not sure if we just make sure that they're in the next meeting, but they are directly related to one of the bullet items today.
Okay, we might bring that up as a point of discussion when we talk about those bullets. Which bullets are those?
That would be, let's see, sorry, I made a note. Gary Heikkinen and let's see.
I guess you can just bring that
Craig
up when we.
Johnson. Yeah, it would be around proposals 286 and 180. Or no, I'm sorry, 286 and 207. So when we cover those two, we submitted two proposals that are either complementary or slightly different.
Okay, all right, we can bring those up for reference when we talk about those issues.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
All right, we have an agenda, we have a motion, we have a second. Is there further discussion? I see no hands up at this point. So all in favor of approving the agenda, say aye.
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 Hi.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, we have an agenda. Now let's look at the minutes from our last two meetings, which we're looking at the integrated draft that we came up with. Hopefully you've read this ahead of time. Are there any comments on the?
I should have mentioned this under the approval of the agenda. The October 25th ones, I thought we'd have for this meeting, but they weren't quite ready to go yet. So it's just October 11th. And I hadn't realized before that we hadn't approved the September 29th minutes. So our next meeting will have the October 25th and the September minutes. So it's just the October 11 minutes for today.
Okay. Sounds good.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second, this is Luke.
Thanks, Luke. Okay, Larry.
Yeah, I didn't get this stuff emailed to me. I mean, I would have thought that as a tag member, we would have got all this emailed to us. And I never seen an email on any of this yet. So it's kind of
Okay.
hard to vote on something that you haven't seen, especially with everything we're trying to do now.
Okay, Larry, so the process is, and a lot of people are new to the tag. The process is you get emailed an invite, and on the invite is an agenda. And the agenda has a link at the bottom called meeting links or meeting documents. And so if you go to that, you can see all the documents, which could be 4 or 10 or 20 or 1 for the meeting. So you'll get emailed the agenda in the invite, and then you'll have to go to the meeting link. You can also find it on the Building Code Council website by clicking on the meeting date and the meeting. Then when you go there, you'll get all the links, all the documents to the meeting.
That'd been nice to know prior to, but thanks.
It's a good question. All right, are there further comments? We have a motion to approve these meeting minutes. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, all right, we have approved meeting minutes and we are on to number 4, I think, which is to have Dirk say a few words and answer any questions about the legal aspects of 2066. Dirk, are you with us? Okay, I'm hearing silence. Well, let's go to I'm going to suspend discussion of 4. We'll get into 5 and then come back to 4 as soon as Dirk is able to join us. Is there can I get a motion to table 4 until Dirk joins us?
Question, Chell, is don't we kind of need Derek? Is there a way we can get him on the phone or ping him?
He said he'd be available at 8:45. So he must have been waylaid longer.
So, Chell, I'm actively trying to reach out to him right now, and I'll ping you when I get a response from him.
Okay. All right. I think we can, I mean, to your point, Greg, or I think you were going, the agenda has been packed today with lots of things that have to do with 2066. And so I was really hoping we would have that before we start discussing them. Nonetheless, we're here, we're hanging out. I think we can begin to discuss them.
Point of order, Chair.
Sure, Nikki, go for it.
I agree with the other. I just looked through all of my emails, and all I got was a Zoom invite with nothing attached to it.
There's not an agenda attached to it?
Not in my emails from Annette.
Okay.
It's the calendar invite, not the email though, right? That has the attachments?
Mine also doesn't have any attachments. It does have a note that says that the attachments will be added. It's a note from 127.
Okay.
Mine's the same way. I wasn't gonna make a stink about it, Shell, because I haven't had the time to really go back and reinvest, but I didn't remember anything other than these notifications that you're seeing here. And so I kept waiting and waiting and I it just never came. And so I'm kind of sitting back here thinking, wow, well, we're going to start from the beginning, I guess, and then present it as we go, but that doesn't sound like what's happening. And I think a lot of us are behind now. And I don't really like that, to be honest with you, but thanks anyway.
Okay. What I do before each meeting is I go to the website and I click on the meeting and then I download all the attachments and then I review them. That's just because I've done this before and so I know what I'm doing. I can empathize with those of you who I guess didn't receive an agenda via email or via invite. And so I guess you might not have known what we were going to talk about today. Is that what you're saying?
That's not fair, Chair. It says in the email that she will send the agenda and the update the website when the documents are available. We never received said agenda. This communication has to improve. It's not with this. I don't know what to say. I'm not exactly very happy about it either, not being able to review the stuff when we're told that the agenda will follow and we didn't receive it.
Okay. So it sounds like a miscommunication happened or the agenda didn't go out. All items are posted on the Building Code Council website. So they're available and they might even go out through other means. But I'm not sure of all those means. Lisa.
Hi. So just as maybe a suggestion, since we need to buy a bit of time here, waiting for Dirk to join us, since there's quite a few people as a part of this tag that are new, okay, I'm just sorry, I'm just reading another message. Perhaps we can walk through the process for the members of the tag that are new, how we approach each proposal, the process of how the tag reads the proposal, allows a proponent to come in, just the general process of bring everybody up to speed is a suggestion.
Sure, we can go through the mechanics of how we'll consider this. It's a good suggestion. Puppy.
Yeah, I had to step away for just a second, so I apologize if this is already said, but I believe that the way that the agendas and all of that were sent out were part of the listserv. And if you're not on the listserv, even if you're a tag member, you wouldn't have received any of that. So it wasn't sent to us separately as tag members. And we can't assume that everybody on the tag is automatically on the SBCC listserv.
Oh.
So.
Yeah, it should have been sent out to you as tag members. I'm not sure what happened.
And the other thing is that this is a pretty specific process, and even just the mechanics of getting access to everything, it would be great maybe this time around or in the future if there was an orientation meeting. It's often really helpful for these types of advisory committees.
I guess Dustin, are you or Krista, you're sharing your screen, or Dustin?
It's my screen.
Okay. Do you want to navigate to the Building Code Council website and show people how to get to I guess how to sign up for the Gov delivery, maybe also how to find the meeting documents for the day?
Okay. To sign up for the listserv, I don't know what happened to the header. It shrunk a little bit, but it's under the announcements, and there's a sign up here to receive SBCC meeting and code information notices by topic. And then there's some instructions there for it. The easiest way to get to all the documents for the meeting is to go to meeting schedules and agendas, go down to energy code tag. That'll bring you up the energy code tag page. That gives you the list of memberships and the main documentation that will be generated. And then down in the meetings, you'll get the agenda is linked here, and then any additional information. We have the whole list of all the code change petitions received and the minutes for the October 11th meeting. You can see on past meetings where we've had work group reports, the integrated draft, and then you can go down and view basically the history of the energy code through when this site was first built in 2019, I think. All those documents are available, but for every meeting, as we have documents, they'll be uploaded here. You can see for some of these meetings, it gets to be quite lengthy, and they're posted there. If I get revisions on proposals that we're going to be looking at a meeting, those revisions are posted up here, and sometimes they come in a day before the meeting or a couple of days before the meeting, so the documentation does change through the time. So it pays to go back and double check and make sure there are no new versions of stuff there before the meeting. Anything else I should take you through? And clicking the logo will take you back, should take you back to the homepage. You can also, if you click on See All Events, it'll take you to a handy calendar of all of the meetings. And then you can click on the meeting links and go to the same documentation for each meeting.
Mr. Chair,
today's tag meeting.
Dirk has joined us.
In a slightly different format.
Okay. Thank you for the intro to the website. Krista, I think that's helpful. Thank you, Dustin. Larry.
Yeah, I was hoping that Krista would click on the links. I tried to get to all the links for all the code proposal changes, and I gave up. Okay, So I'd like to see how how she does it. Cause I thought they'd be more towards the front page of it all. And then if we click on that, Krista, then does that give the papers that yeah. And I thought that would be more towards the front. I'm seeing how it works now, but I thought it would be more towards the front of the your front page, that there would have been a notice there that said, hey, these are the new co-proposals, and you'd click on a link, but we have to go in fairly deep to get to where all this is. And I wasn't able to negotiate it. So,
Yeah, it's handy to just bookmark this page
okay.
and then it's there and
So I just figured, well, we'll have to deal with it on the fly. Anyway.
Nathan.
Also useful, and I don't know if it's Krista, somebody at staff, in the agenda, there's live links to the proposals that are going to be discussed on that day's agenda.
yeah. These links also. They take a little bit more effort because you have to control click them, but they do take you to the same proposals.
Okay, Larry, your hand's still up. I'm going to call on Lisa.
Yeah, thank you. There's a couple of the links that I don't know if other people have encountered this, that I clicked on them, but the links don't work. So for those of us who were aware of this process, there's a couple proposals we couldn't look at.
Yeah, I did a revised posting
Okay, great.
about a week ago, maybe not quite a week ago. As you find stuff, let me know. I know that there were a bunch of broken links and I think I fixed them all, but if there's still some that are out there. And if you find like broken links in documents, I found a bunch of them within some submitted documents, but I don't know if I caught all of them. Just let me know and I can reach out to the proponents and get things fixed.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. And just as a point of order, I guess, perhaps it would be helpful to find out how many folks were not able to review the proposals prior to today. I guess the reason for stating this is that if we're going to be voting on these proposals today and some folks are seeing it for the first time, that, some of these are pretty comprehensive. That just should be something that we should be aware of.
Yeah, I guess. How about raise your hand if you were able to, were, I guess, aware of how to get to the proposals. Or raise your hand if you're aware of how to get to the proposals. So I'm seeing 15 hands raised right now. So that's, yeah, this is not an easy thing to do, but it's we have 18 primary tag members and some other number of alternates. So I guess that's about, if you were all primaries, that would be 90% of the tag. But if some of you are alternates, then it would be a smaller percentage of the tag. All right, you can lower your hands now.
Sorry, I have a question, and apologies if you went over this before. Are we in fact voting on proposals today, or do we review all of the tag proposals over several meetings before we vote on them?
That's a good question. So the intent is we go through proposals and we vote on them as we go, but we will find a lot of them that we, discuss, and then we form a small group of people to modify something because we agree that it could use some modification, and then we come back to it at the next meeting. And there'll be some that we discuss at 3 or 4 meetings. I'm guessing the 401.3 stuff will take a lot of work, and we'll eventually settle on maybe one proposal to revise them with bits of other proposals. And maybe we'll have a small group that works on that, and we'll come back in a couple weeks and we'll take it up again. So I don't necessarily expect that we'll vote on a lot of these today. I think a lot of these are to get out the main points, any technical hurdles, any legal hurdles, and start to form those groups so that we can vote on this in the future. Now, some of these we probably can vote on today, but these are the weighty proposals from this cycle. Often we'll have a few that are fairly easy to get through, fairly clear, and these are all not super easy. So we might not end up voting on a lot of them today, or any of them today.
Thank you. Can I suggest that in light of folks not being able to see the proposals ahead of time, that we do not vote on any today, or will that set us behind in our schedule?
I was just starting to consider the same thing. I think we could do that. Do you want to make a motion to do that, and then we'll vote on it and see how many people are in favor of that or not?
I'm not a primary, so someone else
Okay.
can make a motion.
Okay.
Chell, might I just suggest, why don't we just take it by ear? If we tag it while we're just pulling up the proposals, if everyone seems to understand it and feel comfortable, great. And then just empower people to say, hey, I need more time. And then if people say they need more time, then we can delay decisions.
Okay, I guess the challenge with that, I guess, is that if people vote against it because they didn't have enough time to consider it, then it might skew the voting, whereas they would have voted for it if they'd had more time. So I guess I don't want to mix up the votes with people, protesting their lack of awareness of the system. So,
but before we actually call for a vote on something, after we discuss it, what if we just do a poll and see how well do people understand it versus needing more time to process, and then we can decide there. Because some of them might be very easy and some are very involved.
yep. Okay. I mean, I think that's a rational way to approach it. Eric?
Yeah, something similar in the vein of what Greg just said. I would love to use this time no matter what we do. I mean, I've personally already blocked out this time for today, right? So I think probably everyone's in the same boat as myself or other tag members. But even if we use it just to even review the proposals with no votes, that would be another method or avenue that we could maybe go down, but definitely just try to use the time right. We're already here at 2 o'clock. Might as well go over some proposals, even if we don't vote on them.
Yeah, we'll definitely get to some proposals today. And I guess the question is, do we do proxy voting on it, or do we do actual tag voting? And I guess maybe we'll take it one by one, and I'll ask the question before we vote if we sufficiently understand it. Lisa?
Yeah, one thought about this, because when you look at the collection of proposals we have in front of us today, they offer different approaches to addressing I-2066. And so perhaps it'd be helpful to explain how we're going to go about doing that. Are we going to, as a group, and maybe it's something we work out by the end of the day, but are we going to, as a group, make multiple recommendations of different options that can be taken, or are we going to choose as a group that, we believe this is the best option? Something along that.
I mean, to your point and other points made earlier, I think we're probably not going to finalize any of these today, or many of them. because they are interrelated and complicated and have some legal issues as well. So, yeah, I think let's go through them, and then I don't think we'll vote any of them or vote many of them forward or down, because I don't think it'll be clear the best path forward.
Does that require a vote by the tag, or is that something that that you can just make as the plan for the day?
I'll make that the plan for the day. Tag members are welcome and encouraged to make motions anytime they want to. And, I am not in charge of whether people make motions or not. And so I will run the meeting in a certain way, and I will encourage people to, consider all options before we vote on any of them. But all tag members can make motions and seconds and vote on things, whether I approve of it or not. So as long as it's not out of order, the tag members are individually powerful in that way. So I will run the meeting a certain way, but I don't dictate how motions are made or seconded or voted on. So with that, let's go to Dirk, and you're up. I briefed everybody a bit on the motion that the council made to set the tag in motion, Dirk. And I read off a couple of RCWs that relate to the energy code.
Okay.
So I'll hand it over to you.
Yeah, sure. Well, thanks, Chell, and it's really it's great to see so many names and be part of this process. It's always an honor to work with tag members. I don't have a presentation for everybody here. I think part of the hope from Chell and from Dustin was that if anybody has any kind of general legal questions about where we are in this process, maybe some questions about the status of some of the lawsuits that are going on, I'm more than happy to provide information about that. I also too want to at least tell you what my thinking is regarding where the role of the tag and what the responsibilities are. And if there's disagreements, this would be a good opportunity to kind of surface that and make sure that Chell and the tag are all on the same page as you move forward. So I know I wasn't here, Chell. Sorry, I missed your opening statements regarding the motion. So I'll reiterate it. Did you read the motion, Chell?
I read the motion as captured in the meeting minutes.
Yeah.
Approved meeting minutes.
Yeah, I have it. So sorry, I'm going to be redundant here because I actually have it as we didn't. I don't think the minutes have been formally approved yet. So I just reviewed the actual council meeting on November 22nd and the motion that was voted on unanimously by council members, wherein the SBC directed the energy code tags to, this is me reading now, to continue to advance the 2024 energy codes. So this is your work, and I know this is going to be familiar to people, but I just want you to hear me say it. Your work to move forward with the current code cycle is ongoing, right? And to bring forward off-cycle recommendations to update the 2021 energy codes if needed to do several things. So the way that I think about it is you're moving forward with the 2024 codes and bringing forward recommendations if you determine that recommendations are necessary to update the 2021 codes, the current code, commercial code. What do you need to take into consideration when you're doing that work? Well, here's what the council's directed the tag to do. To comply that the 2024 code and the recommendations for changes for the 2021 code must comply with federal EPCA standards, meet the existing statutory requirements for the energy codes, including but not limited to incrementally increasing energy efficiency with each update towards a 70% improvement in energy efficiency. Recommend, so this is part of the key work, right? This is the reason we're doing this now is because of the passage of Initiative 2066. Recommend rules that may be required to meet the I-2066 provision that gas not be penalized, prohibited, or discouraged related to other energy sources. And finally, the rules must not provide any, according to the council, artificial advantage in meeting energy efficiency standards to gas energy sources or appliances. So no preferences for gas appliances, and that was the directive of the tag, and that's the work that you all will be doing in it as you move forward with the 2024 codes and with recommendations regarding 2021 codes. So with that framework, a lot of you are probably asking, well, what does the law require? What are we supposed to be doing? I don't have an answer for you this morning on this. Your lawyers aren't going to come and say, here's how to be compliant. And frankly, the way we've viewed it in the past, those of you who helped support the work on making recommendations to change the codes in light of EPCA decisions, were to kind of focus on the technical changes that may be required in the group's view to align the code with compliance, and ultimately leave it up to the council as to what its view is the right thing to do on a policy level and a legal level. So to put it another way, you're not all in a position, I don't think, to kind of decide what the law is. You'll have opinions about it, and because of some, it's not super clear, candidly, what I-2066 required. I know some people think it is clear, others not so much. It's going to be a little bit of a challenge as you move forward to think, well, is this what I-2066 requires? And that's why I think the diverse viewpoints on this tag will be helpful to kind of figure out what those recommendations may look like. Again, I'm going to just reiterate, I'm not here, and you're not going to have any lawyers who are going to come to these meetings or council meetings to say, here's how to be 2066 compliant, because there's litigation on this, and just, again, lack of clarity specifically regarding the scope of I-2066. So that's my initial overview of kind of where we're at. And I'm sure as I finish talking here, some of you were saying, well, that's not super helpful. But that's why we rely on the tags to really help us better understand technically how the codes should be changed in order to be successful. I will say too, because some of you might have questions about it, there's a handful of lawsuits right now that touch on the energy code. Two are relevant specifically with respect to I-2066. There's a state lawsuit. Well, actually, they're both state lawsuits, but one of them is in, I think it's in, one of them I'm not tracking super closely, and one I am. The one that I'm not tracking closely is the one in Seattle, King County, and it's a constitutional challenge to I-2066. The reason that I'm not tracking that closely is because SBCC isn't involved in that case. That is a series, several plaintiffs are suing the state of Washington, alleging that I-2066 is unconstitutional for a host of reasons. The plaintiffs in that lawsuit include the city of Seattle and Climate Solutions and a handful of others. We presume in our office, the Attorney General's office, and the SBCC has presumed that I-2066 is constitutional. We're not taking a position on that other than to move forward to the best we can to ensure compliance with that statute and other statutes. The second lawsuit, the one I am tracking a little bit more closely, I'm involved in it, is called the BIAW versus SBCC case. It's an action that's been filed down here in Thurston County. And the parties right now are kind of sparring about what the case is really about. There's a motion to dismiss that's been filed by the state that's scheduled for a hearing on the 14th, next Friday. And we should have a little bit more clarity about what that case looks like going forward. There has not been any specific asks in that case. In other words, BIW, the plaintiff of the case, hasn't gone to the court and said, court, we want you to order someone to do something. They're more looking for, at this stage of the litigation, they're looking for a declaratory order, a declaration of what the law is. As I said, we're kind of scrapping right now to figure out what that looks like, whether this is the right vehicle to get that sort of declaration. So that's what I know for now, but obviously I'm here to answer any questions, and I see a couple hands are up. Chell, do you want to call them or should I? How do you want to do that?
What, Larry had his hand up first, so we'll go Larry, and
Great.
feel free to call on them.
Okay, thanks. Larry?
Yeah, Derek. Isn't there something in the law? Now you talked about how we got to achieve a certain amount of efficiency by a certain date, but
Yeah.
isn't there something else in the law that says that it has to be cost effective too? I mean, we can do a lot of things and make things happen, but the cost might be triple of what they are now. Okay, but isn't there something in there that says that we have to be cost effective in this?
Yeah, by we, the SBC or the
Yeah,
rule. Yeah.
right.
Yeah, so cost effectiveness is one of the considerations in statute for making changes to the energy code.
Could you read that for us, that part of it?
Larry, you're putting me on the spot where I have to do some quick legal research, but let me see if I can pull up the energy code real quick. Happy
Thanks.
to do it.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, no, that's all right. I do it every day. Not always on camera, but often. Yeah, so the standards are 1927A, that's 19.27A.025. And this is with respect to the commercial code. This is the provision in the SBCC's authorizing statute, which establishes the minimum state energy code and requires that the amendments to the code must increase the energy efficiency of typical newly constructed non-residential buildings, right? So that's one of the things that we've referenced. And then what you're talking about, Larry, I think is subsection 1B, which says that any new measures, standards, or requirements adopted must be technically feasible, commercially available, and developed to yield the lowest overall cost to the building owner and occupant while meeting the energy reduction goals established under 1927A 160. 1927A 160, incidentally, is a key provision that says, except as with some exceptions, residential, non-residential construction permitted under the 2031 State Energy Code must achieve a 70% reduction in annual net energy consumption using the 2006 Washington Energy Code as a baseline. I know you're probably all aware of that. That's the 70% reduction that I referenced a little earlier. That was not changed by I-2066. And accordingly, part of the work the SBCC is going forward is trying to marry the requirements of 2066 with the energy efficiency reduction requirements that I just referenced. Does that answer your question, Larry?
Well, so what happens if you can't do it cost effectively? That's where I'm coming to the conclusion, because I've been running all kinds of models here to try and achieve this with different building types. And I can do it for triple the cost,
right.
but nobody could afford it. And so where's that balance? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Where's this balance? Because I mean, we get all kinds of proposals here to boost the efficiency, but there becomes a point where it's not affordable unless you're the government. Okay. I mean, the government can afford anything, if you want to go to the moon, we'll go to the moon, but that's where I'm talking about. That's where I'm trying to wage this here is where's the balance point here, Derek? That's where I'm trying to
I
come.
get it. Yeah, Larry. So the law doesn't tell us what that balance point is. It doesn't say if this, then that, or you shall weight it this way and weight this factor this way. These are the considerations that the council needs to make. I think the best that I can offer would be, it's up to the judgment of the council as to how best to thread that needle, taking into account those different considerations. And I'm not going to suggest that this is easy, right? I mean, for the reasons you indicated, Larry, there's some tough decisions that need to make with respect to costs. And as the industry moves forward, and tried to achieve energy efficiency requirements. And that's part of the role of that's certainly a key role of the council, is to make those determinations. But I guess I'll say it more pithily, Larry. The lawyers can't really answer that question. That's something that the folks who are smart about these issues, who work with them every day, that's their job. Thanks for the good questions, Larry. I guess I'll call on my screen. Gregory Johnson is next.
Yeah, thanks. If you listen to the council meetings, you'll hear a lot of wild arguments on either side. Some people arguing that I-2066 is getting challenged, and so we can ignore it. Some people argue that we have to comply now. I think you already partially answered this, but just to be overly clear, is your legal advice for us to do our best job of complying with 2066? Is that what our directive as of at this point?
Yeah, well, I guess I would disagree with you if I can. I just want to be clear. I haven't heard any wild disagreements or anybody being super positional. I've heard some opinions from folks regarding what I-2066 requires. And I also, it's clear to me that there are differing opinions regarding it. I could also tell you that the council, irrespective of whatever advice I would provide, the council has directed the TAG to move forward with an expectation that 2066 is good law and it applies. How it applies and what it means, of course, are a separate issue, and that's maybe a more challenging issue. But the best I can offer you in response to your question is the TAG has been tasked, directed by the council to move forward with the 2024 codes and to consider recommendations to change the 2021 codes in light of Initiative 2066.
Perfect. And that just means regardless what our personal feelings are or what we think the outlook is, we're supposed to do that directive.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement. And I also, I guess I would say one other thing. So I'll go a little bit further. I have heard some people, and I don't think I've heard it at any council meetings. But I think I have heard just in the environment, people speculating that the 2066 shouldn't be followed because it's being challenged in court constitutionally. And I think you heard me say before that we presume that laws are constitutional. SBCC presumes that, our office presumes that. And I wouldn't take any steps as a TAG or as the SBCC, assuming that a judge is going to strike down this law at some point. Even if a judge were to rule, frankly, in March, and maybe this is me getting a little too far, but I want to be clear about it to folks. So the hearing on this, the constitutionality of 2066 is set for March. I think it's the 21st. Even if a judge agrees that the 2066 is unconstitutional, that's not the end of it. There would be appeals, and it could go on for some time. So I wouldn't want us to be in the position of saying, okay, well, we're going to wait to see what happens with that legal process before taking action on 2066, because, I mean, it's good law as far as we're concerned. I'm pretty sure that answered your question, Gregory.
It does. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just to follow on that, we might end up sort of whipsawing the construction community out there. It sounds like your direction to us is we need to comply now, and then some judge in the future maybe say no, you don't, and then we switch to something else. Is that right?
Well, I want to be clear. It's not my direction to you. It's the SBC's direction from the November motion that passed. And I guess my reaction to that would be that's true at any time, right? So there is currently, I didn't mention it earlier, Dwayne, but there is still a lawsuit that's been brought against the state, against SBCC in federal court, challenging the current energy codes under EPCA. And that loss, the state filed a motion to dismiss on the theory that, the federal courts weren't the right venue for that. And that's been submitted, that that request to dismiss the case for jurisdictional grounds has been submitted to the federal district court judge who has it under consideration. So it is possible that at some point when that case resolves, that a judge could determine that the current energy codes aren't compliant with EPCA. That's what the plaintiffs in that lawsuit think. And if that's true, and the SBCC and the state are required to abide by that decision, then there would be a necessity to go back to the well again and make some changes to the code. I bring that up for two reasons. One, to help better kind of scope out what the landscape looks like too, but then also just as I think kind of a well understood reality that at any time litigation could lead to the necessity of the SBC going back and making changes to the code. And that's happened a few times, obviously, in the last several years. I see Poppy Storm's hand is up.
Yeah, thank you. I raised my hand to just make a quick comment to clarify something on the previous topic. And I just wanted to clarify that although we do need to try to minimize costs in the code, and that likely would show up in the actual code structure, but also in other market capacity building, et cetera, there's actually not a requirement for, quote, cost effectiveness in 1927A.025. It says that the measure, standards, and requirements must be developed to yield the lowest overall cost to the building owner and occupant. So it's definitely life cycle. It's not just the costs, first costs for the people that are building the building. And it also does not have to meet cost effectiveness tests. So that's just something for us to understand. There isn't a set point where you draw a line in the sand, because it does not have to be cost effective, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be considering cost and trying to make it at the lowest possible cost.
Appreciate the comment. Scott Peterson's hand is up.
Hey, my name's Scott Peterson. I work with the Northwest Gas Association. During this conversation and at the council meeting yesterday, there was it was often referenced that there's this kind of irresolvable conflict between I-2066 and the 70% net energy, reduction requirement. And so everyone reads, so that's 19.27A.160, and everyone reads section 1, but no one reads section 2, that if the council determines that economic, such as a housing crisis, which statewide housing crisis, which Washington has, technological, supply chain issue, for example, or process factors, I would put I-2066 into that category. If those would significantly impede adoption of or compliance with this subsection, the 70% requirement, the council may defer the implementation, et cetera, et cetera. So there is an out. It's not an absolute 70%. And correct me if I'm wrong, I guess, is what I'm asking.
No, I appreciate that. There is that opportunity, and thanks for pointing that out. I didn't intentionally omit that when I was reading from it before. But yeah, there is an opportunity in the statute for the council to make a determination that it's not feasible to achieve that. To my knowledge, the council hasn't specifically addressed that, and otherwise, I would say the statute speaks for itself. But I appreciate the comment, Scott. Lisa, is it Rosenau?
Yeah, Rosenau. Yes, thank you, Derek. This is just a nuanced question. You mentioned that we're prohibited to apply preference to one fuel type versus another. But also with regards to preference, how does that affect like additional efficiency measures and that kind of thing, where credits are available for a measure that doesn't include an equivalence between heat pumps and gas.
Mhm.
Are those still okay? As long as they're not prohibiting a fuel type?
So I'm going to defer. So that's I think it's fair to say that that direction from the council reflected concerns I think Chell could speak to regarding potentially the perception that addressing I-2066 prohibitions could end up, from a policy perspective, favoring a certain type of appliance, specifically gas-powered appliances. And at least to my eye, that implicates the one-to-one equivalency requirement under EPCA, which I think is maybe, Lisa, what you're referring to with regard to credits. I'll defer to smarter people on EPCA and to with regard to the equivalency requirement there. But I think that's what that's intended to touch on, and invite Chell or anybody else who maybe has some more insight on that to offer their thoughts. Did you like how I did that, Chell?
I love that how
Deflect,
the
yeah.
lawyer deflects to the
Sometimes
architect
it's really
on
transparent.
legal issues. That was really deft.
Good
I mean, I spent a lot of time with EPCA because we went through this last year or in 2023. And what I came to the conclusion of is that so EPCA says states can't have a patchwork of appliance efficiency standards. And energy codes have a safe harbor as long as they meet 7 criteria. And one of those is a one-to-one energy use or energy cost basis for trading off one thing for another. And that's really what I think this tag did in 2023 to revise the statute in light of the California Restaurant Association versus Berkeley 9th Circuit decision, where we focused heavily on the one-to-one energy trade-off between, gas and electricity and heat pumps and any other gas heat pumps are also in the code. So, the reality is that heat pumps are more efficient on an annual basis than gas or electric resistance. And so the people that do the calculations for credits for a C406 included the, how energy efficient is something, and that's how many credits it gets. And that's at least what I heard in the tag when we were working on EPCA. That's my understanding. So I don't know. That's my architect answer, having researched EPCA. But that's I think where we're coming down on. And I think that the issue is that if the federal law says, you need to use a one-to-one energy performance thing, and heat pumps are more efficient than gas, then how does I-2066 play with that? Yeah, and that's kind of where I've landed, but I don't know if that answers your question, Dirk. I should deflect more, I guess.
Yeah, that does address part of my question, and thank you very much for that explanation. Another element of that particular topic is that is there the term preference? Does it in any way prohibit supporting or promoting a technology or a strategy that happens to be low carbon? So like the low carbon energy district, there's a additional efficiency measure for that, where a project that if they connected that type of system, they get X number of credits. Is that in violation of anything? Or is it okay? It's rewarding a strategy that just happens to have carbon as a component to it, but there are multiple other additional efficiency measures that are, somebody could comply with that are not that. Is there anything that we need to be concerned about for that, or is that okay?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to unsatisfactorily, at least from my perspective, say that I'm not prepared to provide legal advice on that specific issue. I'd encourage you all if that's a concern of yours or an analysis that you want to consider to hash it out in the tag. I know that, as I said, there's a lot of different points of view on these issues and the tag, and this is like, I think the right starting point to kind of surface those types of questions and try to get some answers.
Great, thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Let's see, I see some of the same hands are up, so I'm gonna, oh, I see Kevin's hand is up. Hi, Kevin.
Sorry, double muted there for a moment. Can you hear me now?
I can.
Great. Yeah, question on the, I guess, I believe this is going to be a crux of discussion for the tag for this session, and that is how to comply with EPCA and how to comply with I-2066, because I think there's a perceived contradiction there. And I think Shell spelled that out, that you know, heat pumps have a different efficiency level relative at an absolute on-site basis, a different efficiency level than gas appliances. I don't think that can be disputed. It's pretty clear. If you look at the efficiency numbers, that's just how they spell out. However, I recall that the work of the tag on the off-cycle work to EPCA compliance was initiated because the energy code at the time had emissions embedded in it, and EPCA doesn't allow that. EPCA requires the code to focus on efficiency and energy use, and the interpretation that was adopted was that you have to use an absolute site-based metric to compare appliances, and that's the basis of our current code. But that's not the basis of many codes, including the International Energy Code, the Oregon Energy Efficiency Code, the ASHRAE 90.1 code. That's the basis of many state commercial energy codes. They take a different approach and a different interpretation of EPCA, and that's essentially boils down to you compare like to like. So you compare electric technologies to electric technologies and gas appliances to gas appliances, and you don't cross those streams. So another way of, I realize that's quite a soliloquy, which Shell suggests we don't get into, but I believe this is the crux of the issue this time. And the question I guess I have then is, was the Washington Energy Code in violation of EPCA for decades prior to 2021, the 2021 code, and is Oregon in violation of EPCA, and is ASHRAE in violation of EPCA, and is the IECC in violation of EPCA? Because all of those codes take a different interpretation of energy use and how you compare energy use across appliances.
Well, I'm not sure if that's a rhetorical question, Kevin, because I'm not going to say whether other jurisdictions' codes are in violation of EPCA. I understand you're putting your finger on something that is a different point of view regarding what EPCA requires. I mean, those of us who are lawyers who've dabbled in the EPCA space know that there is a, what's the word, a paucity of case law, right, with regards to what the preemption statute requires. And I would also note, Kevin, as you know, there's currently a lawsuit, right, that's challenging our state energy code under EPCA. And I would anticipate those types of questions would surface in that. One thing I will say, though, Kevin, is that at least my recollection is that the previous problem, or the understanding of what the previous problem with the code, the one that required the tag to come back and take another look at the 2021 code, were actually the mandates within those codes that gas heating appliances can't be used and that heat pumps must be used with exceptions. And it was that mandate that was really at the heart of the lawsuit that was brought and the concerns that the tag and the SBCC were asked to address. And those, as you indicated, Kevin, those changes were made in the current code. So I mean, that's the best I can do in responding to that question, but I noticed Angela's hand went up, so she might have some opinions about it. And also too, Larry and Gregory and Poppy, his hands have come back up too, but I think I'll call on Angela because we haven't heard from her yet.
Yeah, sorry, and
And thank you
wait,
for
Kevin,
that answer.
did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I wanted to thank you for that answer. I think that was a very complete answer. I mean, I agree there's a paucity of law precedent. So yeah, thank you.
It's
Appreciate it.
paucity is one of those words that I think looks great on paper, but when you say it, it doesn't sound so great. Maybe I'm pronouncing it wrong.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Angela.
yeah, sorry, I joined a little bit late. Oh, whoops. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I joined a little bit late, but just in reference to what Kevin was just saying, I happened to the other day, because I've been running down rabbit holes on this 2066 thing, went and looked at, like the 2024 IECC, and I was looking at their table R408.2, which are the credits for additional energy efficiency, and they too give less credits to, say, a high efficiency gas furnace than they do for a heat pump with gas backup or electric backup and stuff. So their credits are still skewed based on that efficiency of those things. The difference that I am seeing, though, is that they do take into account climate zones, which does make a difference. I mean, in their tables, obviously they're trying to cover kind of the world. So there's like 7 climate zones, but it does, take into account, maybe a heat pump isn't going to be as efficient in this area as it is in this and things. So, but as far as, just, efficiency of equipment and things, they are sort of taking around the same approach, it appears. So that's all.
Thanks, Angela.
Can I make one point just for?
Yeah, of course. It's your meeting, Chell.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
For the TAG's knowledge, the law says that Washington State can only have 2 climate zones and only has 2 climate zones. Just so everybody's clear, we can't have more than 2 per the law.
Oh, ICC only puts us in 2. Yeah, and that is definitely, yeah.
Okay.
I do want to wrap up around 10.
Okay. Yeah, me too.
Or a little bit after 10, maybe. So
shoot.
let's ask direct questions and then let's get to the code proposal.
Yeah, great. And I don't want to take any more of your time, but I do value being a resource here, so I want to make sure I'm answering any questions. And Larry, I think you've been waiting patiently. Go ahead.
I just want to get a little clarity between what Dwayne's questions was and what you said earlier. And here's my impression. So if a judge rules that 2066 isn't okay, but then there's an appeal. And so, like Dwayne says, we could be flopping back and forth. But if there's an appeal, 2066 still continues on, right? Until the appeal is over. That's the clarification I want to get.
Yeah, really. So yeah, I'm sorry that wasn't clear before. So unfortunately, the answer to that is a lawyerly, it depends, right? So cases aren't automatically stayed, right? If a judge makes a determination and it's appealed, that determination doesn't automatically go into effect unless a request is made to stay that determination. I'm sorry, the other way around. So the determination does go into effect unless there's a request to stay that determination. And so I would anticipate that we would see that sort of those sort of requests happening. The short answer is, Larry, we don't know for sure, and would have to wait and to see what a court ordered, what the scope of its decision, and then what action, who wins, who loses, and then what action they take to maybe request a stay of that lower court decision.
It could take years upon years to work it through the courts, right?
No, I don't.
So
Keep
where
it
you
real,
get,
I don't think so, Larry, because I can't predict anything, but it's not unlikely that a case like this would go to direct review by the state Supreme Court, which would work. You know, they work pretty quickly to try to resolve cases that are pending on, or you know, that have are really important. So I don't think years. I mean, federal courts take years, but here in the state, that's probably a bit of a dire prediction, but it certainly wouldn't take weeks.
so let's say it goes to the state Supreme Court. Can it go to the federal Supreme Court too? At a point, it can do that, right?
No, probably not this. The U.S. Supreme Court would have jurisdiction over cases that implicate federal issues.
Mm-hmm.
And because this would be a challenge to the state, to the constitutionality of I-2066 under the state constitution, the U.S. Supreme Court doesn't really have they don't have a role in construing our state constitution. So, you know, maybe federal questions arise in the different challenges. As I said, I'm not really involved in that lawsuit, but I've just, as I sit here, I would anticipate that the state Supreme Court's judgment on it would be the final judgment. Okay, we'll move on to Gregory.
Yeah, so switching course a little bit in discussion. Wondering if you can shed some light on executive orders that were recently signed by Governor Ferguson, specifically 25-02 and then 25-03, which is the ones about the ones on permitting process and the cost of permitting, and then the other ones on the cost of housing affordability. I wonder if you can give us any direction beyond what's actually, or a clarification on those executive orders.
Yeah, I really can't. And the reason is because those executive orders are directed towards the governor's executive cabinet agencies, which includes the Department of Enterprise Services. And all I know is I think that DES is giving some consideration to how SBCC fits into that. SBCC is a sub-agency of Department of Enterprise Services. And I don't have any more information beyond that.
Should we be considering, because I mean, our work that we're doing in this tag directly impacts both of those items, more so on the housing affordability than anything. Should we take that into account in any way, or should we read it or look through it?
Yeah, I guess good question. I read that those executive orders as being directed again towards executive cabinet agencies in directing them to do work. I don't believe that trickles down to the technical advisory groups here in any way, and unless directed by the council to perform work along those lines, I wouldn't give any weight to those EOs.
So basically, we should wait until the council actually gives us direction on those. Then is that?
I think my answer to your question is this. I think the council has given you direction on what work to do. That was in the November motion that passed, and until the council says something more about wanting to examine permitting pursuant to the EOs, I don't think that that's something that you should be considering.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Poppy?
Yeah, I have a question on regulating fuels versus regulating equipment. And so I think there's some confusion both in 2066 and in our code, and hopefully with the EPCA changes and changes that we'll be making now to the 2024 code, we will kind of slowly work through that and get away from some focus that kind of seeped in that was focused more on the fuel. So 2066 is about natural gas. It's not about combustion equipment. It's not about electric resistance equipment. It's not about heat pump equipment. But that is basically what the code is about. The code is about efficiency of these various choices that you can have with the equipment that has really big differences in efficiency. So interestingly, 2066 is protecting gas to some degree, but it's not We don't have a 2066 version protecting electric resistance, for example. So that can actually require more efficiency than heat pumps, for example, and it's the same for natural gas. So my question really is, I think this is a good direction in our code. We really didn't, the emissions was really just a proxy for efficiency anyway. And so it makes sense and it's clearer and it's simplified to not call out emissions and have it be based on efficiency. And so then if we have various levels of credits, for example, or, you know, recognition of various levels of efficiency that is really focused on combustion versus electric resistance versus heat pumps, does that, I mean, I'm not asking for an opinion, but does, for you, does that kind of respond to the intent of 2066? Or, I mean, is it in compliance?
Yeah, I think it's a great conversation to have, and those are really important issues, but I don't feel that I can help guide that with my personal view of that. I'm also going to confess the issues that you're discussing here are pretty technical and somewhat outside of my ken. I can tell you that I-2066 says what it says, at least with respect to the energy codes. And you know, it's the council has discretion to figure out how to make it comply, and they're going to be counting on the work of the TAG to make recommendations along those lines.
Okay, well, thank you. Maybe it's something we just need to be discussing as the TAG.
I see Mike Kennedy's hand is up.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow on with Poppy and mostly clarify with Poppy. Doesn't 2066 indicate gas rather than natural gas?
It's true. So it is a question that I've heard arise regarding the scope of I-2066. You know, from some of the literature I've seen, I think the intent is natural gas, but it is interesting that the actual initiative itself doesn't say natural gas. It just says gas.
Right, yeah, it seems like it would apply to propane. Just in the trades, gas would be either natural gas or propane, but
Understood.
anyway.
All right, we just have a few minutes left, but Larry's hand just went back up. Larry, go ahead.
Just a clarification. It in 2066, it spells out natural gas 7 times in the literature. Okay, I've highlighted it.
Yeah, I've seen some of the background information on I-2066, and I did see that natural gas was mentioned. It's just interestingly, what Mike is pointing out is that I-2066 itself, that the language in the statute doesn't say natural gas; it says gas.
The other thing is, and I mean, this might be a little outside of the scope right now, but the thing that's bothersome to me is we know that all the new electricity that's coming on is generated by gas or coal. So all this mandate of electric equipment, especially in this time of the year. Now you could say something different in the spring because we have wind in the spring, but we don't have any wind now, and we don't have much wind in the summertime. And so when you look at efficiency, when you're generating electricity by natural gas or another fossil fuel, you're doing it at a huge discount. It's really expensive, and it's really not cost effective, because you're much better to burn the gas in the 90% range. And if we're trying to actually reduce our carbon footprint, we're much better to do that at this point than what we are using electricity. Just because you plug it in, that doesn't mean that electricity didn't have a huge carbon footprint, which it does right now. And until we get either nuclear or some other reliable thing that can be used in the wintertime, we have a huge fossil footprint on electricity that's not being interpreted right now. And that's one of my biggest drawbacks. You're a lot better to burn the gas Because your carbon footprint is much less. Thank you.
Yeah, and real quick, Larry. So, Chell, I noticed a couple hands went up maybe in reaction to what Larry was saying, and so I want to make sure we're staying on time. I want to be clear about something too. I said that I-2066 doesn't address only addresses gas, not natural gas. To be clear, I'm referring to those provisions with regard to the energy code. I know that the initiative mentions natural gas several times with respect to other provisions of the code. With other provisions of the initiative, I'm just talking about those provisions pertaining to SBCC. Do you want to take these other questions or move on? How do you want to do this, John?
Let's take the questions, but let's keep the soliloquies down.
Okay, and let's make this the last two because we're after 10 o'clock.
Yep.
Poppy, go ahead.
Yeah, I can understand Larry's comments. I just wanted to clarify that the Clean Energy Transformation Act requires zero carbon electricity by 2030 with a maximum of 20% offsets. So it's a much larger discussion, but I'd be happy to talk to you, Larry, about the direction that the overall CETA legislation is.
Thanks, Poppy. Nathan Miller?
Yeah, similarly, just, I mean, Larry's starting to go down the road where we've been creeping towards a carbon analysis, and we're backing off of that. We're pretty clearly focused on site energy use. So let's just keep it to that in our discussions, or we're just going to spiral.
I understand. Chell, anything else from me?
No, I think that covers it. Thank you for showing up and for answering questions. You did a lot better than I could have. And we're now going to discuss proposals, and I'm sure you will see these proposals again.
Excellent. I will scurry away. I wanted to personally, though, thank everybody and the questioners for receiving me today and look forward to continuing to work together.
All right. Thank you, Dirk. Okay, we are back to our agenda, and we're going to go right into the thick of it. We have accomplished number 4. We are on to 5, review proposals, I-26 impact. So we're not reviewing proposals for I-2066 impact. We are reviewing proposals for the 2024 Washington State Energy Code. And what's listed here are several of the proposals that probably have, some people would say have an impact from 2066. So we're going to get into that, starting with 205. So you look at the last numbers on these. That's the number of the proposal, we're going to call it. So let's look at 205. And in general, I'm going to ask the proponent to speak for 1 to 3 or 4 minutes on why this is a great proposal and explain it to the tag. And then we're just going to open it up for discussion. And then we had those special consideration of whether we vote or not today. So this is, who did this one?
I did.
Okay, Greg, go for it.
So this proposal is pretty simple. It's just, and I should clarify, the goal of this, like we've stated before, that hopefully we get more than one proposals that get elevated to the MVPE committee. So the idea would be that if this were to be accepted, this would be one option that we would publish like we've done in the past. But essentially, it's just replacing the Washington State Energy Code in its entirety with the IECC 2024. I've included some minimal amendments in there, and the goal is also that we would actually continue to this is the base that we'd start with, and we would continue to modify this with proposals. So everyone else who's already submitted code proposals, my expectation would be that if you're owed one of those 100-some code proposals, if you think yours also applies to IECC, that we would still vote on those also as additional modifications to the IECC. So it's not saying only IEC, it's saying that, hey, we have free reign to continue modifying this as we go forward. And the reason for this is I've been talking to a lot of engineering firms. I get questions on the IECC or on the Washington State Energy Code all the time, and the feedback I'm hearing is engineering firms hate working with our state-specific code, and they groan like they'd rather not work in our state. There's challenges with you can't use ComCheck for compliance checking. I've heard reports of building officials who are moonlighting as Washington State Energy Code consultants to help people navigate it, more so on the residential side, but it's also true on the small commercial projects. And I even had conversations with Stoyan where he was, even said it was like bad code language, which, not to throw it under our code under the bus too much. I mean, our state-specific code preceded the IECC, so it was a good way for us to move forward initially and to lead the nation for energy efficiency. But as we were going through our red line, we basically took all the tables from the IECC in. And so now at this point, we're actually at a point where we're not different. And if we were to move to IECC, we're not moving backwards in energy efficiency, which would have been possibly the case years prior. But now we're kind of close on parity with the IECC or our energy efficiency targets. And so there's huge benefits. This would relieve staff, SBCC staff effort on going through the red lines. We'd be able to move right in on adoption with the Group 1 code timelines. It would reduce our tag effort going forward. Doing cost benefit analysis on our state specific code costs us a ton of money. If we just can accept the cost benefit analysis that the ICC already does for the model codes, that would improve that. This could potentially resolve some of the litigation out there. It also reduces design and construction costs quite a bit. And I should just note, yes, it does look like BIAW did propose something similar to this during December's council meeting. When that petition was rejected, it should be noted that it was rejected, at least from what I heard when I was watching the meeting, was rejected because A, they wanted the tag to evaluate and offer recommendations. And then two is they didn't want to be pushed around with a legal threat. But I did hear some, at least two council members who had support for actually considering this going forward and thinking it was a really good option. So my proposal is basically we have one of our options we propose is go with the IECC 2024, and then throughout all these next 8-10 meetings, we would continue to do amendments to the IECC as an option and continue to move it forward so we have something that works well for our state.
Thanks, Greg. I hear from your voice that that's your suggestion. I guess can you explain the strikeouts and?
Oh yeah, so
it's not just as simple as replacing it. You also have strikeouts and stuff on here.
I only have a couple. I mean, so they're very minimal. So the two strikeouts, one was I just did I did a search of the code for anything that I thought might violate 2066 or EPCA. And these were the only two things I found in the code that I was able to find. And one was there was a prohibition on humistatic controls for fossil fuels. And so that prohibition seemed to be in violation. And then the other one was there was a factor on the SLRM. If you scroll down a little bit further, it assigned a 1.0 for electricity and a 0.7 for fossil fuel. And so basically just striking out that variable puts them both at parity times 1. So those were the only two changes that I was suggesting. And I was not, the only reason was I was just trying to make it compliant with EPCA and I-2066.
I have a question for you, which is, I guess, why are you saying that the IECC 2024 is the same level of efficiency as the Washington State Energy Code 2021? I guess what data are you relying on for that?
Well, basically we took their credit tables for a lot of the credit tables, and we took And a lot of the factors, when we went through all of them, we just kind of accepted those into our code. And so by taking all those into our code, I mean, we're saying the credits you have to obtain is the same, using that as a basis. And if people feel that we're not quite there with this, then I mean, the goal is that we would modify this as we go throughout these working sessions. We take everyone else's code proposals and we modify the IECC to get there. If you don't feel we're there for some reason, then we should continue to modify it. But the goal is that this was the basis, so that way we're not out in left field for our state for not and how we do things differently. It's just more of an administrative effort. You know what I mean? Like when we're one off from everyone else in the nation and how we do things, just how it's structured, it just makes it more complicated and harder for everyone. So it's not necessarily not trying to change our energy efficiency, just trying to get us to be more consistent so it's easier to navigate and design and build in our state.
And I guess I'm forgetting, you said we replaced our C406 section with the C406 section from the IECC 2024?
The table, we replaced a lot of tables. We didn't replace the language. So when we had our tables for a lot of values throughout, so we had a lot of tables and U factors and R factors and stuff like that we replaced.
Okay, thanks, Greg. We'll go to Eric and then Puppy.
Yeah, hey, thank you very much, Greg, for introducing this measure. I just have two comments related to this overall, no soliloquy, I guess. But the one thing I see and I've heard is how is to basically simplify our energy code. And Gregory, I would like to ask that question. Do you feel that the IECC would simplify our code as written now?
Definitely. So I've actually, and that's not just my opinion. I mean, it is my opinion, but also that's what I've heard from a lot of engineering firms. I've heard from a ton because I get questions from engineering, both customers who are hooking onto a Vista system. They're having problems and questions going through the permitting process. And so then they'll reach out to us at a Vista and then they get referred to me oftentimes. And so I'll walk them through different things. And then also internally, when we have an energy efficiency department that's dealing with stuff, and I get questions on that. And so I've talked to a lot of different engineers, and that is the thing I'm hearing over and over again, consistently. And it's more of during the 2021 code period that I heard it. I didn't hear it very much before that. It was in 2018, people weren't really complaining, but in 2021 is when it all started, the complaints that I'm hearing.
Thanks, Ray. And Shell, this question's for you. Can you explain, how we use the IECC when we modified basically definitions previously, whatever it was 3 months ago? How do we incorporate the IECC in our code, or how's that process?
Yeah, that's a good question. So what we did in last year was we take the Washington State Energy Code 2021, and Krista diligently goes in and takes anything from the 2024 IECC that seems like it's more stringent than the 2021 Washington State Commercial Code. And then this group, many of you, review that and try and figure out, all right, does this work as a code? Is this 2024 IECC more stringent or better language or improved over the 2021 Washington State Energy Code? And that's called the integrated draft or the mashup. And then that goes to the council, and the council puts that out so that we will accept code proposals on that mashup.
Got it.
And that usually, well, I guess I could say I just looked this up based on what Greg said, and I don't think we adopted anything in C406 other than you know, some table numbers being updated and things like that. But the C406 in the integrated draft is the C406 from the 2021 Washington State Energy Code. So in terms of the additional efficiency from C406, we didn't adopt the IECC 2024.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I could have been wrong in my memory, but I was pretty sure we had adopted some tables, so maybe it was different tables. I'd have to go back and review. So
yeah, I've got it open on my screen, and I'm looking for any red lines on the integrated draft, and I'm not seeing anything notable that we adopted from the 2024 IECC into the integrated draft. But please do your research. I'm trying to chair a meeting, and so it's hard for me to really dive into that.
Appreciate both of your responses. I don't want to take up a lot of time. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Shell, for answering my questions. Much appreciated.
Thanks, Eric. Poppy, you're up.
Yeah, thanks for that overview, Chell. I had a question that was kind of along similar lines. So I understand some of the drivers for doing this, but we used to have a very different code, and I don't actually remember exactly what year it was that we switched, but I was already around when we did it. And we had a very different code, but for some of these similar drivers that the proponent is discussing, we actually switched to an integrated version, which is what many other states that adopt the IECC, they adopt it with amendments. And that is pretty much what we have. And we have this integrated kind of mashup approach. So we're taking the actual IECC and we're adding amendments that we are every cycle determining that they are precisely the things that make our code more stringent, that aligns with our 70% mandate. So we kind of already have that process. And so I'm just wondering, and actually some of the things that we come up with then eventually get into the IECC because they're innovative or resolve, you know, some issues and how to move forward with efficiency and different structures for that. So my question would be, and we don't have to get into all of the details, but what exactly, if that's the process that we have, what exactly are the things that are so different that are causing these issues? It sounds like maybe the things are different are the things that really are supposed to be in there because we have a different regulatory framework within which we're developing our code. So I mainly just wanted to see what, you know, if there's anything that just stood out now that you could mention that was significantly different, especially considering our performance path has slowly really become very aligned with the IECC performance path as far as I understand it. And I also think that if we were to change somehow, if there were to be some reason that we somehow could take the whole IECC without losing efficiency, I think it would kind of require a more in-depth work group or study to understand really what the pros and cons are and what the benefits are.
Okay, thanks, Poppy. And I think you asked a question of Greg. Did
yeah, and you brought up good points, Poppy. So I want to just clarify, the intent is not, if there's provisions in our code that we think are going to move us closer, the intent is not to wipe those out. So, and you suggested work group. I think it'd be awesome to do work groups, like if we were to agree that we want to move this path forward, to do multiple work groups or whatever to bring in anything so we don't lose anything. So I mean, that's the intent. But regarding what's so different, well, the whole, I mean, if you read the text is so different. When we went through the red line draft, some of us actually, like I had the IECC up on one screen, along with our red line, and some of the sections don't always line up. And I think that's shown up in Krista's red line draft that she had. I mean, a lot of the content was so starkly different, it didn't line up. So it wasn't just a matter of, oh, this is an extra energy efficiency thing. It was a matter of that we just took a different approach completely. And really, like, Washington State Energy Code was in place before the IECC even was made. I mean, since the IECC, we've made changes to the energy code to kind of bring it closer in alignment with the IECC. But when you start with something that's different and then try to bring it in alignment, that's very different than when you start with the model code and you modify it. And I think the best testament to it is ComCheck. So ComCheck, if you guys aren't familiar, that's something you could actually use with the NREC. If you remember, that's what you're referring to about the code prior to the Washington State Energy Code was the NREC, the non-residential energy code for Washington State. You could actually use ComCheck compliance calculator for that. The ComCheck compliance calculator you can use for other state modified codes. They actually have it included in there. But the federal government has deemed that our code is so far different that it's not worth their time to update ComCheck for Washington State. So I mean, that's the biggest testament. I mean, when the ComCheck, which is kind of like one of the key softwares that you can get from the government to help you determine you've got compliance, when they'll update it for every state, like Minnesota or different states when they have changes, but then they say, Washington, we're not even going to bother with you because you're so far different. That's kind of the biggest testament to that.
Okay, thanks, Greg. This is a big idea proposal. I think everybody would agree on that. There's another big idea proposal that's very similar to it, so I want to get to that one as well. But let's hear from everybody with their hand up right now. Johnny, and then Patrick's on deck.
Thank you. I guess my main comment on this proposal, and probably any other proposal that encourages adoption of IECC 2024, is that the performance pathway is not in IECC 2024 is not based off of site EUI, which is what the 2031 goals for the State Building Code Council is to hit a 70% reduction. So yeah, I can't really comment on whether to revert to 2024 or not. But if you do decide to go this pathway, which I think would be pretty drastic, I would suggest that you modify the performance pathway to be based off of site EUI so that you can also align it with law. Thank you.
Thanks, Johnny. Patrick.
Yes, thank you. This is Patrick Hanks with the Building Industry Association of Washington. Most of our members build under the residential codes, but we do have some who build larger apartment complexes that fall under commercial codes. And we receive really consistent feedback from our members that the Washington State Energy Code has grown incredibly complex and more difficult to navigate and harder to comply with over the years. And so we would like, and generally, we'd like to see if this proposal could move forward as an option so we can see a preliminary cost benefit analysis and energy analysis in comparison to other options the TAG considers. Being closer to the model codes would make it easier to access training materials and compliance software, like with what Greg talked about. And there are a number of federal programs, grants and loans and such that require compliance with the model codes, and it makes it harder to achieve that when we have a separate state code that differs quite a bit. So we're in favor of getting as close to the model code as we can while complying with state law, and it would be better for residential builders. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. Hoyt, you are next.
Yeah, my name's Hoyt Teeter. I'm the principal engineer at the city of Tacoma. I've heard a lot of the arguments when they said they more and more want to get to the model code. One of the things we do, I work with WABO and other organizations to take things on a national level. We bring these proposals to the national, and many times they get turned down. And in my opinion, we should not be changing by going backwards by putting these proposals in. We should be taking whatever we have in the state to the national level and get that in the approval in the national code before we actually adopt it. And I think we should stay with where our Washington State Building Code, Energy Code is set up. Is it more restrictive? I get projects from designers all over, are harder to do. I get projects from other states all the time. I haven't had any problems with engineers and people like that doing this on the commercial project and being able to submit clearly. So I don't think there's a problem, and I think we should stay with the way our Washington State Energy Code is, and try to, if you want to get it changed, take it to the national level and try to get the IEC, the International Energy Code, to be more closer to Washington rather than the other way around. And we do this also in the other building codes that we have. There are other more restrictive items that we do for the other codes, and it's specific for our state. And I think we should stay that way. So hopefully that answers those questions that people have talked about. Thanks.
Thanks, Hoyt. Lisa, you're up next.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to follow up with this, Poppy Storm's comments regarding the fact that there are many, many jurisdictions across the United States that have their own adapted code. And so Washington State is definitely not an outlier in that regard. And also, our code, as Shell described, is we adopt the most stringent requirements between the Washington State Code and the IECC. So a lot of what's in our code is in line with the IECC, but we also have been able to retain some really good work that was done many code cycles back that have remained within our code, that align with the goals of our code. There's a lot of language in the Washington State Code that frankly is better. It's more enforceable. And so if we did this, it would be stepping back from some of the quality language that is in the Washington State Energy Code, that are, frankly, language that's been improved above and beyond the IECC. And then one last comment with regards to having compliance tools. There was an Excel spreadsheet tool that was available for the Washington State Energy Code for many code cycles. I've been involved with the tag since the 2009 code, and so I've seen the development of it. There is also an online compliance tool that has been developed that supports the Washington State Energy Code. It captures very similar information as CompCheck. And so if anybody on the committee is interested in getting information about that compliance tool, I'd be happy to share that with you. But it covers a lot of the same information. We've actually gotten feedback from jurisdictions in other parts of the country who have mentioned that the tool that is available in Washington State is actually easier to use than CompCheck. So just letting everybody know that it's not that Washington State doesn't have an online tool available. There is one available, and I'd be happy to share how to find it.
Thanks, Lisa. Yeah, if you do a web search for Washington State Commercial Energy Code Compliance Tool, you will get there. I can't put a link in the chat, but it exists. All right, we're going to take the next three people, and then we're going to take a short break because it's been a couple hours. So Dwayne, go ahead.
Thank you. The energy code has never been popular, and it's not just here in Washington State. It's not popular anywhere. The reason we have the code is that we're moving efficiency beyond where individual developers would want to move it. So it's mostly unpopular because it's more stringent, and we're not supposed to be doing backsliding here. We're supposed to be moving progressively forward towards our target date. It is already, as someone mentioned before, it's already a variation on the IECC, and the IECC itself has grown in complexity and size over each code cycle. So it's not like going to that is going to get you a whole lot skinnier book. We need to have a procedure to ensure continued efficiency and progress on efficiency, and I don't see anything in this proposal that would help that happen, and it looks to me like it would actually work against this. I haven't seen any evidence that there's that we'd be able to maintain the level of efficiency that we've got now.
Thanks, Dwayne. How about Poppy?
Yeah, after a lot of these comments, I just wanted to confirm that I think the spirit of this proposal is good, but it's not necessarily something that we would want to implement in this way within the context of this tag. And so what I meant by a work group was not so much a work group as part of this process, but more of some sort of ad hoc work group, or creating an opportunity for the tag to think about the code more holistically. We could have a separate meeting that was actually more general, not necessarily as part of this code cycle, because a lot of the changes that we would want to do to simplify the code, to change it to align more with the IECC, if that is actually possible or warranted, seem like they would just happen as part of the proposal process and not as this kind of blanket shift, because as many people have noted, we already have a process that actually does just that. What we would consider a work group is actually the tag going through the integrated draft every code cycle. So I think that if we want to think about things like simplified modeling tools, for example, like they have in California, we could think about those types of things. But I don't think it's really within the context of these tag meetings.
Okay. Thank you, Poppy. We're going to go to Kevin, and then we're going to take a break because more hands keep popping up, and I don't like to do a meeting for more than 2 hours without letting people stretch or whatever. So Kevin, and then we'll take a 7-minute break or so. Kevin.
Thanks, Sheldon. I appreciate the break. Gotta take care of our bodies. There was a point raised earlier about having to meet a site energy requirement, and I can't find that in statute. What I'm finding is, and I'll quote, must achieve a 70% reduction in annual net energy consumption. And that seems pretty broad. I don't see any discussion about site or source in that. That was my comment. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Kevin. And at some point, maybe we'll set up an hour or so to talk about site versus source if we really want to. All right, so it is 10:37. We'll come back at 10:45 in 8 minutes, and I will see you on the other side of this break. Those of you with your hands up, keep your hands up. All right. Welcome back. We are now in session again. And Larry, you are up. Larry, are you around? Okay, Lisa, are you around?
Yes, thank you. A couple comments. I want to follow on what Poppy had mentioned and to Greg that we do appreciate the spirit of this proposal with regards to helping make the energy code less complicated. As you know, we handle tech support questions. We hear from folks every day who are struggling with meeting all the requirements in the energy code. And we do hear from jurisdictions on a regular basis as well, especially smaller jurisdictions who don't handle a lot of commercial projects, where they, are definitely looking for support to help them understand and figure out how to review a project for compliance. And so, we 100% support what this proposal is trying to do. But I wholeheartedly agree with Poppy's suggestion that this is a much more global effort where it would really require to make sure we don't roll back, that the changes that we adopt, or that if we take the IACC and try to fold it with the Washington State Code, which is what we already do, but perhaps through the lens of simplifying the code versus making it more complicated, that's a much more global effort that would require a whole other approach to this. And so we would discourage that, going about it this way, and instead making this more of a broader mandate, if that makes sense.
Thank you. And all right, so Larry, are you in the house? You back? Okay, we'll go with Todd.
I'm going to agree with Lisa here on one point, and that's if this is not made simpler, all the codes you have are great, but it's never going to be enforced. You got to realize this is going down to jurisdictions, and other than large jurisdictions who can afford to hire engineers, you have a lot of 1 to 5 man shows out there in Washington State. The commercial energy code is not being enforced because there's nobody in those jurisdictions that even understand it. Lisa gets phone calls, but I can also tell you that Lisa's not getting all the phone calls because people have stopped trying to even call. So unless we can find some way to simplify this, a code check, something that these small jurisdictions, that the plans examiners and the inspectors who are actually going out to look at this, if they're not able to understand it and to enforce the code, your code doesn't exist. And that's my biggest problem right now is we've got engineers calling up our jurisdiction asking us how to do it when we don't have the answers for that. And so if the engineers aren't getting the answers from the jurisdiction, and I realize Hoyt's a very good example of someone who is very, very smart and is able to answer those questions, you've got 90 other jurisdictions that can't do this. And that's where I think we're running into a ton of problems on the enforcement side. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thanks, Todd. Angela.
Oops. Yeah, I want to agree with Todd, and I'm not even from a small jurisdiction, but speaking on behalf of where kind of I am and on the west side and everything, the more and more complicated this gets, it has to be designed by an electrical engineer, and it basically needs to be reviewed by one to understand it too. I mean, we do the best that we can, but that's all we can do. We're not, I mean, I don't, like Todd said, and he's talking about small, I'm talking about even medium to sort of big. We're just sort of going, we have to look at it and go, okay, yeah, that looks about right. Okay, I mean, so I don't know of any jurisdiction that probably, unless they've got electrical engineers or people like that on staff, that are able to actually enforce this in the way that it's intended.
Thanks, Angela. Larry, are you back?
I'm back.
Okay. Do you want to?
Yeah, let me make 2 comments here because the electrical thing came up. The state electrical licensing requires an electrical engineer already to do the commercial codes. Okay. And that's already in statute. Okay. But what I want to address is every other code we have a code body that has written the code. Okay. And then the thing I don't like about the ICC is the only one that can vote on these changes is the code official. Okay. And I don't like that part of it, but that's here and now. But here's the advantage. I mean, if we went with Greg's idea, we can have the book, and the book is uniform throughout most of the nation. Okay. And then just like every one of our other codes, we just put an insert page in there. And then we put our changes in there. But what it gives us is a basis where everything is uniform, like the International Building Code or the International Gas Code or the Uniform Plumbing Code. I mean, we have this book and every section's referenced the same. And what do? We put our insert pages in there for the changes that we want. I don't see us making a different code, but we would just insert the changes that we need. So we have a uniform compiled book here
Larry,
that's
can I,
uniform.
pause for just a second? The Building Code Council agreed for this code cycle that we would have books for all the codes. And the Washington State Energy Code Commercial and Residential is compiled as a single PDF. I just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah, but the difference is it's not uniform. Like when I go to Idaho or I go to another, they all have the basic book, like the plumbing code. When I go to the plumbing code in Idaho, the only difference is the insert pages in there, okay? And I can see a huge advantage to having a uniform book with uniform sections all the way through, and then is all we have to do. And if we want to be more stringent, that's no problem. We just insert those pages in there. But everybody's talking across the nation about the same thing. And I think we need to pull the nation more together than keep trying to pull it apart. And this is a great idea how to do that. I mean, and we can insert all those pages. I mean, Dwayne's had a lot of great ideas all these years, but we just insert that idea into these pages. But we have a standard format of what's going on. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. I'm gonna try and wrap up discussion on this fairly soon, to the suggestions made earlier that we not vote on anything unless we agree on it. I think we'll move on to the next proposal after this, because it's also similar in some ways. But Poppy and Greg, you have your hands up.
Yeah, just a couple comments and then I'd actually like to make a motion. So I just wanted to point out that a couple things that may seem more complicated in our code are the total system performance ratio, TSPR, and also the energy credits. We have that in our 2021 code and IECC doesn't, but both of those have actually been moved into the 2024 IECC. So that maybe isn't as much of a consideration. I still am not clear on exactly what these elements are that we're not already addressing in our mashup that we would need to change. But one of the things could be to shift people more to the performance path. And that's a much higher ratio of buildings are going the performance path. And that can be a simpler path. And there are simplified tools in some other states to do that. So that's the type of thing we could brainstorm. What would that look like and what type of additional support would be needed for that? We could also simplify the prescriptive code, maybe for smaller buildings. So I would like to make a motion, and I'm not sure if we need a motion for this, but just so that we have some agency as the tag, I think these would be great things to discuss in a separate meeting. So I would like to make a motion that we set up an ad hoc work group and/or workshop to brainstorm ways to simplify and streamline the code at a to be determined day and time. And I think that this is likely something after this code process, but maybe if we want a 1 or 2 hour meeting during the process, because we think it would support our 2024 discussions, then we could do that too.
Okay, we have a
Also,
motion on the table, and I want to say something about it, but I'm gonna ask for a second because that's what's in order at this point.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. I wanted to say as chair that what we often do is not set up an official subcommittee or sub tag or something like that, because then that would require, I guess might require staff time and public meetings. And what we're really looking for is a bunch of people to get together, hash out ideas, and come back with something. And as long as a quorum of the tag is not represented in those meetings, anybody can be invited. They can be as often or as little as needed. And they bring it back to this group where there is robust public discussion and tag discussion. That's a kind of a preferred mechanism because it doesn't trigger things like staff need to be involved and public needs to be involved, meeting notices need to go out and that kind of thing. So I guess I think it'd be more expeditious. It would serve our goals better if it's not an official group, but just a bunch of people that are interested in this. This is what we've done in all past code cycles as well, is people say, I'm willing to lead a group that would do this. And then other people volunteer. And as long as we don't have a quorum of the tag, it's fine. And then they bring it back to the tag, and then the tag discusses it robustly within a public process. So I'd prefer that method.
But would it still be with a motion, just clarifying that it's an informal work group?
I don't think it.
Just want to make sure that we have
I don't-
agency, and this is really important. And I think it's there are great points that are being raised, and we could do some really important things together if we looked at this holistically. So however is the best way, maybe it's just a suggestion that we have an informal work group and we just have emails for who wants to be involved.
Sure.
I'm open to how that would look.
Yeah, I think we could do a formal one, but I think what we've done in the past and what works really well and is more agile is you say, hey, I'd like to convene a work group to look at such and such, and then people will unmute and say, I want to join your group, and you'll write down the names, and we'll count up that that's not a quorum of the tag, and then you will meet with those people and anybody else you want, because anybody can meet as often as they want as long as they're not a quorum of the tag, informally. And I think that's a more agile approach. So
one question about that.
Sure.
This feels like an additional assignment, so to speak, in that, we have our mandate that our group is having to tackle, which is to add efficiency, to the energy code to meet this particular target. The purpose of this group would be simplification of the code, which is different. And so I think that this group, and I completely agree with you that having an informal working group is a good way to do it. However, without a little bit of guidance or from the tag, that can be a difficult thing to achieve, especially since everybody is contributing to this as volunteers.
Mm-hmm.
So it's more of an assignment that is outside of what the tag has had to do in the past and is assigned to do today. So, I think that's what we're looking for is, how do we go about that to get this ball rolling without it being just putting it out to the public and saying, okay, let's see what you guys come up with.
Can I offer a friendly amendment? Friendly amendment would be that the recommendation goes up to the full council that they would establish a working group or ad hoc working group and then have the council kind of give us, direction. So that way we got council buy-in.
I think it would be preferable. I agree, Greg. It would be preferable to have, if the council wants to convene a group, I think that would be appropriate. I think this group, anyone can meet with anyone in here and try and suggest things. We did accept code proposals already and the window closed for that. So, you know, the 160 that we have are the 160-ish that we will consider, and code proposals can be modified, but we're not accepting new code proposals for the 2024 code at this time. I guess that's another consideration.
Would Lisa and Poppy be okay with a friendly amendment that we basically, it's a recommendation sent up to the council, so that the next council meeting they could discuss on whether, to what degree they want to focus on that?
I mean, that motion would be in order. I mean, what do you think, Poppy? You made the original motion.
Sorry, what exactly, how would that be different? Can we just?
So it was just a suggestion that to provide a little more formality for any group that was established. So kind of taking your motion and just saying we're making a recommendation be sent up to the council immediately. So the next council meeting, they would have that the tag has recommended that we form some sort of group to look at how to streamline the code to make it easier, and then have so that the way council can weigh in on what the direction would be.
Ah, I see. Well, I think it could go either way. I mean, I'm not sure if that's necessary. It's within our ability to set up working group meetings, work group meetings for specific topics, and within the context of that, seek input from the council. I would think maybe we would just set up the work group, and then we would maybe consider next steps within the context of that. But I don't know that there's, as long as it's not considered a formal group, that would just be the issue, because I do agree with what Chell is saying.
My suggestion was just to get clarity from the council explicitly on whether they want it to be a formal group or they want to be informal group. So along those lines, because there's value. I mean, this is such a big idea that maybe we need to get the full council input.
And Greg, I'm trying to understand, are you talking about this idea as in this proposal, or just the idea of a committee on reducing the thickness of the energy code?
Not the proposal, just the idea that Poppy brought up about having a work group or analysis on how to deal with it.
Okay, I think the tag could make a motion to tell the council to do that. Greg, you could show up at the council meeting in 2 weeks and say that. I guess I'm coming from the perspective the council has a full plate of stuff to do. We don't have any more code proposals coming in for this cycle, so we can't act on things we don't have code proposals for. I'll also mention that after we get done with our work, the council will put it out for a public comment period, and that might be an appropriate time for someone to review the code for length efficiency, if we wanted to do that. We have a lot of work to do in front of us, and the time for code proposals was before January 14th. So I just want to be cognizant that everybody be cognizant of the fact that we're not generating new code proposals at this point. So if somebody comes up with a brilliant idea to reduce the size of the code, unless it's part of a code proposal we've already accepted, it is not something we're going to discuss and approve, because we were not allowed to do that, to the best of my knowledge. So what I don't want is a bunch of time being spent on something that can't be done. Now,
Yeah,
so
this would potentially be between the commercial and the residential code or something like that. And I think that within the context of that group, we could discuss how we engage the council, and we might have recommendations. So we would be engaging with the council. We might have recommendations for even a study that needs to be done or some additional research. So we just don't really know what all of that is at this point.
Yeah, and we're, I mean, this is late in the game, this, as far as the idea of new things being added or subtracted from the code. I just want to make that abundantly clear. If somebody wants to pare down the code for the 2024 code that we're working on today, that would probably require, you know, if somebody's going to study it and do cost effectiveness and do all these things, I don't see how that fits into the 2024 codes. And I really don't want to spend our time today or council time or other things discussing things that are just not possible or not likely. I think we have a code proposal in front of us that may do something similar to that. But extracurricular activities, you're free to meet with whomever, whenever. But we need to be time efficient with what we're doing in this meeting. So right now we have a motion on the table. The motion was seconded and is to create a subgroup. And I think I've made myself clear on that. I don't want to spend a great deal of time talking about this. But if the tag really wants to do that, then the tag can do that. So I'm going to go to people with their hands up. Mike Kennedy.
This doesn't speak to the motion per se, but I think simplifying the code is, we don't often have proposals that is their goal. It's always to get more energy efficiency. And to Larry's point, the code has gotten to the point that every page of the code is substantially different than the model code. It's not a handful of high priority changes. We've changed almost every section. And some for good, and sometimes I think, I know I've put in some proposals that I kind of wonder, well, maybe we should undo that. But then we have this rule that we can't go backwards. And I think that every code proposal that's considered this cycle, we should carefully consider whether it actually is important to deviate from the model code if we're modifying model code language. And then I think the tag needs to evaluate whether it's really reasonable to not ever step backwards. Because I think there are sections of the code where we might be well suited to just say, well, that was a good, interesting idea, but we're going to let it go because it's too hard to enforce.
Thanks, Mike. And I think individual numbers could go backwards as long as the entire code goes forward in terms of energy efficiency. I guess that's how I interpret the rules that we're under. Angela, let's speak to or for or against the motion.
Yeah, so I mean, I just, like you said, there's no new proposals. So if you do want to get an ad hoc from the council, it's going to be for the 2027 code cycle. So if you want to get to if this motion is for a group to go over, say, these proposals that are stepping back sort of to move in with the IECC, then I think that would be the way to go. So, you know, whichever that goes. But again, anything outside of these proposals would be going towards the 2027 codes.
Thanks, Angela. Lisa.
Yes, thank you. You know, Mike brings up a good point, and you know, perhaps if we step back and look at this from a more forward-thinking perspective, appreciate Angela's comment that, you know, really to do this, we're looking at the next edition of the Energy Code, which is, that seems really, really far away. However, there could be value with what the tag is doing now to add the question, you know, what is the value of deviating from the model code? So when proposals come in, we evaluate them, that be an additional question we ask with this spirit in mind. So that's something we could do today. And then assemble an informal group, as Poppy has suggested, perhaps taking it not as a formal activity yet to address your concerns, Shell. And then that informal group would develop a list of recommendations for future simplification of the energy code. And then the recommendations of that group would then be taken to the State Building Code Council, who would then address it on the time schedule that they're able to. So that way, we're at least making some progress today. We're keeping this in mind as we're looking at proposals, so that we're kind of making some progress in that direction with the plan of having this be a long-term goal.
Okay, thanks, Lisa. I guess, yeah, if we're addressing the 2027 code, I would urge everyone not to do it in the next 12 weeks when we're focused on the 2024 code. We need all of our brains and all of our time on this 2024 code, per what the Building Code Council told us to do as the tag.
Agreed. Agreed. And we all need all the time we can right now to get through what we're doing. So that would basically take this idea and push it out, past the schedule. And I guess, Poppy, now I'm throwing out a friendly amendment that, and perhaps this is something that we don't do today, but we could still perhaps include this idea of, when we're looking at cost effectiveness and all these other elements of, how we evaluate a proposal, that just looking hard at what is the value of deviating from the model code. Is this something that there's a high value to it? Again, it's not a question we ask ourselves currently, but perhaps it's something we could add.
Okay, Todd, go ahead.
Thank you. So Todd Barther, I'm a council member and I'm the current chair, and I'm here to support Chell. I think you're absolute agreement that you're proposing the right pathway for the tag. In my opinion, these types of activities are most appropriate starting at the standing committee. So the tag can make requests to the standing committee. We talked about it at depth, yesterday in the full council meeting, and we're going to formalize and try to explain this better, our understanding of creating special committees, either at the council level or the standing committee chair has that ability in our bylaws. And if there is a request at the tag level to do independent research, the request can go to the standing committee. The standing committee can direct the tag to do that, or form a committee at that level too. So there are options, but I think Chell has the right focus on the current tag activities. Thank you.
Thanks, Todd. Kevin.
Yeah, I move to call the question.
Okay, we have a motion to call the question, which is a motion which requires a 2/3 majority. If the 2/3 majority approves it, that means we will vote immediately on the motion. So I am going to restate the motion, and then we will do a roll call vote, or no, I'm going to risk a voice vote on it. But the first, and then we would do a roll call vote if there's more than one dissension. So the motion, as I understand it, is to create, for the tag, to create an official work group to study making the code simpler. Is that your motion, Puppy?
I would say informal. That was my intent, and it sounds like that's the direction that would work best. And if something more formal needs to happen later, that's a separate question.
Okay, to create an informal work group, which really doesn't need a motion at all.
We're learning as we go through this.
No, that's fine. Yeah, an informal work group, I guess we can still have a motion to do that. Okay. A motion is to create an informal work group to slim down the code, and that is the motion. You can vote for or against. I'm going to call a voice vote. And now let's just do roll call, because I'm guessing this is going to get some dissension.
Are we voting on the call the question, or are we voting on the motion?
Yes, we're voting on the call the question. That's correct. So okay, I'm going to do a voice vote. All in favor of ending debate on this, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, debate is over. Now we're voting on the question, which is to The affirmative would be to create an informal work group on slimming down the code, the energy code, commercial. Let's do a roll call vote on this.
Okay, Margaret Montgomery.
Nay.
And can we use yes and no so I can more easily differentiate?
Yeah,
My ears
sure,
aren't with the
no.
word. Kim Barker,
Yes.
Dwayne Donlin,
Abstain?
Eric Bedell,
Yes.
Sean Vig. Are you still with us, Sean? He did say he would need to step away for a while. Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Nathan Miller,
Yes.
Irina Respetness. No. Kevin Duell,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Larry Andrews,
Yes.
Lisa Rosenow,
Yes.
Irina Sesarova,
Yes.
let's see, Brett Conway,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Marcus Furta,
Yes.
Alessandra De La Torre,
Like the thought process.
Yes.
Actually doing a targeted.
Okay, the motion carries. I'll get you a count in a minute.
While you're getting the count, but Chell, do we need to do a show of hands of some kind to ensure that we're not going to have a quorum of the tag
Yes.
in this group?
Yes. So, Poppy is the maker of the motion. I guess you are the de facto leader of the group, and everyone raise your hand who wants to be part of the group, and then we will see if that's a quorum or not.
I'm not a tag member. I don't know if they'll let
Oh
public
yeah,
in or not.
non-tag members, it doesn't matter. These are informal groups and anyone can join. It's yeah. So feel free.
Larry, if I make it too many, I would back out. Okay. But I think asking this question right now, Shell, is kind of out of order. I think first we need to decide whether we're going to do this or not. And then we can decide on membership. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. It was voted on by the tag to create this group, so I see there are 10 raised hands. So Poppy, are you writing down the names? Let me know when you've written down the names.
And the final vote was 13 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention.
Motion passes.
What's the maximum number without getting into trouble?
9 tag members.
Just want to
Yeah, I mean-
clarify, if a primary and alternate both are volunteering, that still only counts as 1 for quorum count. Is that correct?
That'd be my understanding, yeah.
Okay.
So do we need a hand raise of tag members only then? Like count the quorum? Because I know we have.
What I want to have happen is Poppy will write down the names. I think I'm writing down the names as well. And then we'll do a check just after this to see if we have too many people from the tag on the group, and then we'll just go from there.
Yeah, it looks like 4 of the people aren't tag members, so that would be fine.
Yeah, I see it.
I have everybody written down now, Joe.
Okay, great. Thank you. I think that will be good, and you can report back whenever you have findings to report back. So go ahead and unraise your hand for the work group. Okay, my suggestion is that we move on to an adjacent proposal, which is the next one on the list, and consider that because that's also very similar to this one in some ways. So this one was submitted by
Larry Andrews.
Larry, do you want to speak to your proposal?
I'm sorry, I have a quick process question. So since we chose not to, we are not voting on the first proposal, does that mean we will vote on it at a later date or a later time?
Yeah, as what I wanted to do, since these are similar, I wanted to discuss them both before we vote on either of them.
Gotcha.
And then to the question that was asked earlier about people not receiving the agenda, I was going to ask before we vote on something if people feel adequately prepared to vote on it, given the fact that the agenda was not universally, people didn't read it or to have access to it in some cases before the meeting. And so I want to be sensitive to that and make sure we're not jumping ahead. But to that point, I guess before we go on, even if we voted this one forward or reject it, my understanding is we could always bring it back up later if we really, really wanted to, because someone discovered something new about it that they didn't have access to before. So the proposals are available even if after we pass them to be revised or rejected them to be revised and considered. I don't want to do that a bunch, but that's a possibility. Okay, Larry, so you go ahead and talk about your proposal. Larry, I don't hear you. Did we lose Larry?
I think we did.
Yeah,
I don't
saw his
see,
name
I don't
just
his name up there. I don't see it up there.
saw his name go away.
Yeah, I think he needed to restart after a crash or something.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
might I suggest we just move on to the next one because and then we can check with Larry afterwards to see if there's anything we didn't cover when he returns.
sure. The next one is getting into the fossil fuel pathway, which is a different subject entirely. But I think it would be worthy of discussion. So, all right, let's can I get a motion to table 205 and 282 until the next meeting?
Well moved. This is Kevin Noel.
Second, Greg Johnson.
Okay. Thank you. We have a motion and a second to table 205 and 282 until the next meeting.
Can I speak?
Oh.
I went to do something and the whole screen just went blank. And so I had to completely come back in.
Yep, we were about to table your proposal because you weren't here. But we can go back to it now.
I'm
I
sorry,
guess we
but
have a motion and we have a second.
I'll
So,
withdraw my second,
okay.
since
All
Larry's
right,
back.
Larry.
I'll withdraw my motion.
All right, Larry, go ahead and talk about your proposal, 282.
Okay, so I went back through the different codes and I came to the 2015 Energy Code to get us in compliance with 2066 for the base code to start with. And here's my thought is we take the 2015 code and then we take our 2024 edition that we wanna, and what we do is we add the sections into the 15 code that 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 the energy savings part of it back into the 2015 code, because that code didn't have a gas or electric problem there for 2066. And so what I'm saying is we'd integrate the 2024 code into the 2015 code so that we grab all of the stuff that doesn't have a conflict in the 26 code and bring it so we'd have a new, the 2024 code would be in compliance with 2026. Because when I started to look at all the things that we would have to do and how they all interconnected with one another, the only way I could see to really achieve this in a somewhat quick fashion is to start with the 2015 code, go page by page, and then see what the difference is this. If it's strictly energy savings, then we add it in it. And if it isn't energy savings, if we have a connection, because I don't see how you can do the point system anymore with what we have. And I think it violates the 2026 code. But then when you start going back and forth into all these other codes, they all interconnect with one another. And so I thought it would be best to start fresh with a code that didn't have any problems with 2066, and then integrate all the stuff that people have put in over the last 3 cycles, and then fill that in, and that way we would have no conflict with 2066. My intent wasn't to roll back. My intent is to start fresh with what we know doesn't have a problems with 2066, and then integrate section by section to that code to where we are now that doesn't have all those problems. And that's my whole thing. I mean, I think I think in the long run, I think it'd be quicker to do that. And then this, because when you start unraveling the whole code, you got so many links, and then if you miss one, then we're in worse shape than what we were. So that's why I thought it'd be good to start fresh, take section by section, work through it, how we can get to compliance with 2066 code. And I think it'd be more cost effective too. And possibly as we're working through there, we can see where we can simplify some of this code a little bit. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Larry. Just looking at what we're supposed to do with a code, I guess I see a lot of challenges in going back to the 2015 code and then trying to move forward all the amendments that have been made over the last 3 cycles to that. I guess logistically, it just seems like a lot more work than any of us signed up for. And
we got to do it anyway, Shell. I mean, we either take apart the one we have, or we start from fresh, and then introduce the 2024 code into it with changes. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying revert back to that code, Because I know that's not a possibility. Sorry.
Thanks, Larry. Okay, Irina, go ahead. Irina's.
Got to lower my hand. Sorry.
Okay, Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, this is a general question to you, Larry. Maybe someone else could answer it also. 2015 is moving the code or using that base code pretty far. Very familiar with that code. Why wouldn't you choose the 2018 code though?
The reason why I seen compliance problems in the 28 code with the 2066 law. That's why I went back. If you think we can start with the 2018 code, then I'd be more than happy to do that. But I seen issues when I started thumbing through it page by page.
The only comment I have related to that is that, of course, 2018 still allowed fossil fuel domestic and building heating within the context of that code. It had provisions and it had additional energy measures. I'm just going to say, like, for example, DOAS. I think DOAS was introduced in that, or mandatory DOAS in 2018. It just feels like if you were going to do that, I would say 2018. But again, I just was asking why you chose the 2015 code. I don't disagree with anything you're saying. We're moving forward. Just thought I'd ask that question.
Yeah, because I believe in there, we had certain things we're getting credit for other things. You see what I mean? And when I seen that, so then I went back to the next code.
You went back. Okay. That's it.
That's why. But if we think we could start with the 2018 code, I'd be more than happy to do that. I'm just trying to give us a clean basis and then
trying to get a clean
integrate.
slate. Yeah, because it makes sense that if we have to go to 2066, we got to start somewhere. It's going to be more difficult. Because I hear what you're saying. I'm just going to say one last thing before either Hoyt or Kevin goes on. Yeah, it would be more difficult taking the 2021, and this is actually, in my opinion, I'm going to give an opinion then, and try to morph that to satisfy Initiative 66, and actually probably taking an older code that already had provisions that allowed natural gas and morphing that with some amendments. I'm sort of thinking out loud right now, but that's just an opinion. Thanks, guys.
And to be clear, gas is not prohibited by the code.
Yeah, that's a very fair statement, Shell. In 2021, as we know, gas got put back related to FTA. Very, very fair statement. I'm just saying, with no major provisions, how about that? To clarify that statement.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Hoyt.
Yeah, again, this is Hoyt Jeter, principal engineer at the City of Tacoma. I think that's a bad precedence to go back to an older code. Codes change for certain reasons. There's changes in there. They get public testimony. It goes through voting. It goes through reason statements. If you really want to do this right, you'd have to go back and look at every single code for changes that got approved, why it got approved, what was the reason it got approved, what was the vote count that got approved, and all that. I attend the ICC hearings, voting member. It's been on tags. Doing this, going back to an older code and then trying to put provisions in there, that's a lot of work. The best thing to do is, as the code changes by cycle, we get those codes ahead of time, and then we put in the amendments that in there. So if there's an issue that's in the later codes, you should put in a code change proposal, either at the state level or at the national level. And you can always go back to it for XYZ reasons if you have a good reason for it. But it's not a good precedence to say, well, we're just going to go back to one code and then just start using that. It's better to just take the next code cycle and modify it accordingly to make the procedures. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Hoyt. Kevin.
Yeah, given that this proposal and the previous proposal both require a bunch of work, I'm gonna put the motion to table these two items until our next meeting.
Greg Johnson will second that.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second to table these. My understanding is a motion to table also ends debate on that particular motion. So I'm going to risk a voice vote on this. All in favor of tabling these two proposals until our next meeting, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no.
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 Okay, we're going to do a roll call vote on this. I heard more than one no, and so we're going to do a roll call.
Okay. Margaret,
Yes.
Kim Barker,
No.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
Eric Bedell,
Yes.
Sean Big, Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Nathan Miller,
No.
Arena Respetness,
Abstain.
Kevin Duell,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
No.
Larry Andrews,
Yes.
Lisa Rosenau,
Abstain.
Irina Sesarova,
Yes.
Brett Conway,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
Abstain.
Marcus Verda,
Yes.
and Alessandra De La Torre.
No.
Motion carries 8-5 with 3 abstentions.
Okay, motion carries. These two proposals are tabled. When we bring them up next week on Valentine's Day, we're not going to want to hear the same points brought up. We only want new points. And then any additional research that people do between now and then on the impacts of these two proposals.
And
right.
Shell, can you do a quick favor for me? Can you just scroll down real quick on that proposal? Just seeing what else is on there. If there's anything I gotta research. Economic. Okay.
And to be clear, everyone should go to the website where the agenda contains links to every proposal.
Yeah.
So, so that's a good way to get to it outside of the meetings as well.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
That wasn't directed at you, Eric. That was everybody because we're
No, I was just saying thank you very much for scrolling down for me.
yeah. Yep. All right. Okay, now we're going to go to the fossil fuels compliance path for 1.3. Proposal 183. And in about 20 minutes, we're going to take a lunch break for 15 minutes. So who is the proponent here?
Me, Joe, Gary Heikkinen.
Who is that?
Gary Heikkinen.
Gary Heikkinen. Okay, Gary, good to see you.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Okay. Well, in some ways, relatively straightforward with some nuances, and I'll try to go through this fairly quickly, but the overarching here is to strike all of the fossil fuel compliance path. And you can see the struck language there, and I'll just ask you to scroll down until we get to something that's not stricken. So if you could scroll down. Yeah, keep on scrolling. That's all stricken. Stop. So leaving this C40314 use of electric resistance and fossil fuel, and just striking the words fossil fuel, to not allow electric resistance appliances. Okay, you can continue to scroll down. Stop. I thought it was still beneficial to keep sizing information in there, but you can see I changed the language just a little bit. And rather than saying primary heat pump system, I'm just saying heat pump system sizing, and then where used. And then keep the language for the sizing of the heat pump system. And very similarly in the next section, 404.213, the heat pump system design where used, the heat pump service water heating system shall be configured. I thought that was all, a lot of hard work going into issues around sizing that I thought should be retained in the code. So if you can continue to scroll down. Okay, let's stop there. So basically saying for the additional energy efficiency credits, and changing the language slightly, and rather than projects that choose to comply with the fossil fuel pathway, and since I'm proposing to strike it, projects that use gas-fired equipment for either space or water heating shall use table C40622. And if you remember, and we will see this down below, that there were separate tables for electric systems and gas-fired systems, the basic credits needed. They look very close to the same. One of my thoughts initially was just to make one table, and I think that's what Johnny Coker's proposal did. I choose in this case to go ahead and keep both tables, just because. So let's keep on.
And just to be clear about that, so that to refresh everybody's memory, one of the stated reasons why there were two different tables is when you start with a gas appliance, you start with a less efficient heating appliance, so you should get more credit for envelope measures, for example, because you have less heating efficiency. And when you start with a heat pump, you have less energy used for heating, and so you should get less credit for envelope measures. And that's one of the rationales that went into it. I wanted to add that.
Thanks, Joe. Okay, let's keep on and stop there. And one of the little things that I included here as part of this change is to include some coverage, some specific coverage for gas-fired heat pumps, and included citations there that they be tested in accordance with that CSC, ANSI, Z21, et cetera, and that the credits for that heat pump be calculated, and I've inserted a new equation which probably looks a whole lot like older equations, and it's just to calculate the efficiency credits that you could get based upon how good the gas heat pump is, because their efficiencies can vary a bit. They're all over 1, but a lot of them today between 1.2 and 1.4, those that are out there. So allowed some flexibility. If you have a higher end gas heat pump, you ought to get maybe a little bit fewer more credits. If you keep on going down, I'll stop there. Again, for water heaters, very similarly, if it's a higher efficiency gas heat pump water heater, you can get a little bit more there. And if you keep on scrolling down, okay, stop. And so the rest of these I tried to catch, and this is now in section 503 that are additions or replacements. I tried to catch wherever the language made reference back to the sections that referred to the fossil fuel path. I'm sure I may have missed one or two, but I tried to be fairly complete. And so let's just go back to areas that are striking the fossil fuel path. And so that was for space heating, keep on going down, the surface water heating, keep on going down. And again, the purpose of this code change, I feel, is to come into compliance with the new law, 2066. And I would state that the current requirements in the fossil fuel path requiring 2 times to 7 times more credits clearly violate the intent of the new law. And so there's my proposal.
Thanks, Gary. Did you estimate whether this is more efficient than the base language with all the strikeouts and additions you did, or less efficient, or roughly similar?
I guess that's based upon how you measure efficiency. One of the main issues okay, I might have had some leftover language there from a different proposal. The main issue, I believe, with the fossil fuel path and the additional credits required for the fossil fuel path is that they were based on site energy efficiencies and comparing electric equipment like heat pumps to gas equipment. And comparing site efficiencies is not a fair comparison because you're not looking at the total energy used by those. You know, we've talked in terms of site and source energy, but when you're only looking at site energy, you're ignoring all of the upstream losses associated with transmission, distribution, generation, extraction of the fuel, if it's whether it's fuel to fire a gas-fired generator or fuel to deliver to the home, and it just ignores all of the upstream losses, and it's just not a technically sound way to make the comparison. The only fair way to make a comparison between different energy sources is to do it on a source energy basis. So that you capture all of the losses in both energy streams. There are losses in the natural gas system. There are losses in the electric system. And if in order to get them back to a primary energy or a source energy basis, you need to make those calculations so that you can make a fair comparison on what the true efficiencies are on a source energy basis. And, you know, calculating those additional credits in the fossil fuel path was done on a site energy basis. And that's why it resulted in huge requirements for additional energy credits for people using gas-fired equipment. Again, 2 times to 7 times the amount of credits required in the fossil fuel path.
Okay, so I think your answer was that in terms of source energy, maybe it's equivalent or something like that, but in terms of site energy, it's not equivalent. I don't know. I was trying to parse your answer.
Generally,
Okay, and has there been a site to source ratio been done for the state of Washington in light of CETA and the Clean Energy Transformation Act?
there are source energy factors that you can get from a number of different sources, including eGrid database. I can provide some source energy factors for consideration to this group if necessary.
Okay, I think at some point we'll get into site versus source, and
Yeah.
maybe that day is not today.
Yeah, that's a big discussion item, Chell, and I'm happy to be a part of that discussion now. But if you'd like to hold that and see if we can get through some of these other proposals, also fine with me.
Okay, thanks, Gary. We have a couple other proposals that address similar things. I just want people to be aware that we're not necessarily choosing one today. We obviously could, but there are other proposals that cover the same subject, and I want to kind of look at those as well. But let's take comments on this, because the comments on this will probably apply to comments on the other ones that are similar. So go ahead, Greg.
I was going to suggest in two-part that one, we defer the site versus sort discussion at the moment. And then also, when you bring up CETA, I don't believe that is really applicable, because that is not where we're at today. You're doing aspirational hope. And if you actually read through CETA, you'll realize there's off-ramps that actually show that you where utilities, if they can't get there, where they don't have to have it fully. So I would just request that we, for now at least, just don't address that.
Thanks, Greg. Poppy.
Yeah, I have a question on the or a request on the proposal, but I did want to point out the whole CETA question is sometimes we're talking about energy, sometimes we're talking about emissions, and CETA is really about emissions. So that's actually why it's not relevant. So, but my question is for Gary, and maybe others can answer, but I think that I understand the intent of the proposal, and I think we have a number of different proposals, as Chell mentioned, that are trying to kind of get at the same issue, this 2066 issue, and potentially others. And so I'm trying to make sure that I think it'd be great for us to be able to compare these on some sort of more comparable way. And so I'm wondering if we can succinctly communicate what the key things that this proposal is doing, so that we can then think about it in relation to the 2 or 3 other proposals that are trying to accomplish the same thing, but doing it in different ways. And it feels like it's removing this idea of splitting the paths, Gary, and then it's also doing something to the credits. And I didn't quite follow, is it just changing credits, or what are the 3 main things that this proposal is doing?
Yeah, if you keep on going to the top, well, the major thing is just striking really that fossil fuel path option. And if you keep on going up, I think I've shown it up there. Okay, I didn't show the whole table, but there is a table, and stop. scroll down and scroll up just a little bit. Okay, stop there. What I didn't show is, I guess, showing the table and striking the table, but there is a table in C40, I believe it's, can you scroll up? Is it in C401? Krista, any way possible you can pull up the actual table that I think I'm trying to figure out?
Yeah,
that
my
additional credits
husband's
required.
joking on it here.
Thanks, appreciate that. Because that's probably the major difference. And one of the things I hadn't done at this point in time was to recommend an overall increase in energy credits to help advance the code. Okay, additional credits required. That's probably the major portion of this. And this is where these additional credits required for the fossil fuel path, all based on site energy efficiencies, cause a 2 times to 7 times amount of credits required for the fossil fuel path as compared to the electric path. And I think that's the primary technical flaw, I believe, in this particular section of the code. So that is probably the biggest effect there. And again, I think when we look at the next proposal, we'll see something proposed to combine into one table. So it would be to eliminate this table, go back to either 1 or 2 tables with required number of credits. And again, my proposal did not propose increasing the credits, but I believe that's probably something that should be done to advance, to keep on advancing the code. Just not on this basis.
I'm guessing there'll be others that increase the credit numbers.
Yeah.
Did I answer your question, Poppy?
Yeah, so we're removing the split paths. There's no kind of 2 ways to do it. We're removing the need for additional credits for the fossil fuel path since we don't have that path. And then you're changing the credits that are there to be based on source, not site energy. And are you making any changes to the value of any of the measures?
I did not change any of those numbers, and I did not change them to be based on source energy. I left both those tables alone for now in this particular proposal. I could have attempted some of my own calculations, but I thought it might be best to, when and if we can ever include PN&L, again, they're kind of on the sideline, I guess, for the time being, to help us generate credits. It would be good to get them involved in doing that.
So the fossil fuel path is removed, but so now in this proposal, there would be nothing that sort of equalized the efficiency in terms of the combustion versus heat pump options. But that would be something that could be done later.
Yeah, I guess there's a couple of different ways that credits can be done. I also submitted a proposal that proposed to strike all of C406 in the Washington State Energy Code and replace it with the C406 in the 2024 IECC. My proposal was not to include all of the 2024 IECC, but just the additional energy credits section of the IECC. It's got a quite an expansive list of options, pretty good list of options, both electric and gas options. All of that analysis was done by PNNL on a site energy basis. However, the credits are based on like for like. In other words, gas options were compared to gas baselines, and electric options were compared to electric baselines. When you compare like with like, site energy works perfectly. It's when you start to mix energy sources and comparing them when site energy efficiencies break down in terms of fair comparisons. And I think that the two tables that exist there kind of take those into account. In other words, they kind of comparing like to like, electric to electric, gas to gas. We could expand on those tables. We could keep it site energy if we're comparing to light. Or if somebody wants to see a source energy based credits table, I could work with somebody on that.
Okay, thanks, Gary and Poppy. Lisa, and then we're going to take a lunch break.
Hi, thank you. And thanks, Gary, for the proposal. It's clearly a viable option to address 2066. So I appreciate the effort there. Just a couple of questions. With regards to the number of credits, you included that in your description. Are you proposing that the calculation method for determining the value of each measure, that method be reevaluated? Because right now the delta that you described, 2 times efficiency versus 7 times, that is based on the calculations that were performed by PNNL with regards to efficiency. So that's my first question. And then my second question, and this question could be addressed in the discussion for your 182 proposal. But if you could talk just a little bit more about your recommendation to add exceptions and additional efficiency measures that support gas-fired heat pumps and heat pump water heaters. Thank you.
Well, I guess in regards to the first comment question about the 2 times, 7 times again, when you're comparing, for example, an 80% furnace to a 2.5 COP heat pump, there's no question on a site efficiency basis which one wins there and which one is better on a site energy basis. But again, both of those efficiencies ignore all of the upstream losses, both on the electric side and the natural gas side. So again, if you're basing credits on a baseline that is an 80% furnace or a 0.62 water heater, for example, and using that as a baseline and comparing all energy sources there is just not, in my mind, it's a technically flawed analysis. It's not a complete analysis. It's not a fair comparison on the total energy used by those appliances. And that's why it resulted in a 2 times to 7 times difference there for the fossil fuel path. So I don't know if I've answered that particular comment or question adequately. In terms of the gas-fired heat pumps, I've also worked on some ASHRAE, and I'm on the IECC consensus committee again, and have submitted some code change proposals that look a bit like this to get coverage for gas-fired heat pumps. Granted, there's not a lot of them on the market today, but there are some. And I think they are a viable and energy efficient option. So my proposal here was simply to see if we can get some coverage for gas-fired heat pumps and actually include their testing and rating procedures so that we know they're being tested and rated in accordance with some standard, and to allow for calculation for additional credits as a result.
Okay, thanks, Gary. As I said, we're going to take a break after Lisa. So Larry and Kevin will get back to you after our lunch break. We'll be back at 12:20. And then we're going to take a couple comments and then move to the next two proposals in this same space that are on the agenda in the same line. So see you all in about 15 minutes at 12:20. All right, welcome back. We are going to hear from Larry and Kevin, and then go to the next proposal, which is similar in some ways. So Larry, go for it. Or if you're not quite back, Kevin, you have the floor. Or if neither of you are back, we will wait a few seconds.
Sorry, I couldn't find the button there.
Okay.
I had a question for Gary, if he's back.
I'm back.
Oh, cool. And you may have covered this, but how do the point requirements differ between the current Washington Energy Code and, say, IECC's code?
I've not made that comparison, Kevin. Sorry.
Okay. Thanks.
And I think and I don't recall what each credit was worth in the Washington State Energy Code. Shell, do you recall off the top of your head?
Well, there's, like for the residential, we have assigned a certain amount of credit for each credit.
That's the IECC down there, that 0.1% energy savings for each credit. But I didn't know if it was the same basis for the Washington State Energy Code. I just couldn't remember.
I believe it is.
Okay.
All right.
So if that's the case, then each credit in the Washington State Energy Code is worth the same as a credit in the IECC. But you know, the options are all a little bit different.
Yep,
So
I know ours is based on a bunch of different building types, all kind of as well. So
yeah.
All right,
And,
go ahead,
you know,
Larry.
yeah, go ahead.
Larry, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry. My 94-year-old dad just called me. Sometimes I worry about him. Anyway, what I want to talk about is two things on the heat pumps. In that one is the heat pump coefficient that you get, the COP, has they never take an account of when it goes into defrost. And like today over here in Spokane, we're in defrost every 15 minutes. And so we're taking the energy out of the building and sending it outside and thawing it out again. And those are, and it's not an issue for you guys on the west side, but it is on our side of the building, okay, and of the state. And that's a real issue that needs to be thought out, because on our side of the state, these heat pumps don't prove to the efficiency that you guys think they do. Okay, by a long ways. Okay. The other thing is when we're putting heat pumps on these warehouses that used to have unit heaters, or if they didn't have unit heaters, if they had radiant heat, which was really great, or radiant floor, we've opened up the can. See, the can now is, oh, I got a heat pump, and now I have a 50,000 square foot warehouse that I can air condition. Okay. And now we've just added a huge load to the electrical grid that we never have had before, and an increased amount of energy for it too. And the people over here, they don't have problems working in 100-degree heat in the air conditioner because they close the doors and the floor is 50 degrees. Okay. And but it's a huge amount of energy that will be induced that we don't have presently. And that's where it doesn't make sense to do these things. Because these guys are trying to, when they heat these facilities, they keep it at 45 or 50. Okay. And we need to build this into the code for our side of the state and what's going on. Thanks.
Thanks, Larry. Mike Kennedy.
Yeah, I just wanted to address the credit question, and it is 0.1%. I think the difference is in the Washington Code, they're 0.1% of site energy, and the IECC, it's 0.1%. And I guess I was under the impression it was energy cost, which
You know, I
is
think-
somewhat.
Yeah, I think it used to be, Mike, but I'm pretty sure, almost 100% sure that in this last go around, they did base it on site energy. But again, it was, gas options compared to gas baselines and electric options compared to electric baselines.
Okay.
And then when it came to some of the envelope measures, they may have done some sort of a weighted basis there. But I'm pretty
Right.
sure they actually use site energy in that
So,
case.
okay. And then I wanted to clarify the current Washington credits. Were not really calculated for Washington. They were taken from other models, and they're mostly based on gas heat models. So the credits are actually not totally appropriate for, there's a lot of issues with the tables currently. You would expect to see larger differences in the credits if they were actually calculated with heat pump models versus gas models. And hopefully in the future we can capture that if we have two tables. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, thanks, Mike. All right. I would like to then move to a similar, in some way similar proposal. Johnny, I think it's the next one on the agenda list.
Thank you so much, Chel. Yeah, so basically what we're trying to do here is to modify the code to both simplify it a bit, since I know that the last code update ended up getting kind of complicated when it came to trying to move towards a site UI based code. So this is seeking to basically get rid of the different pathways between fossil fuel and heat pump. So getting rid of a C401.3 section, and then setting a single site UI based target for the C406 section. By setting that target, then all buildings are required to hit the same target, but then they'll get credited based on what type of appliances that they use, whether that appliance has a higher or lower energy efficiency rating. Suggestion for tag on the C406.1 section is that I just calculated it based off of the current 2021 code. I think it would make sense for the tag to request, and I'm not sure if P&L will be able to do this at this point, given federal uncertainty with everything, but I think it makes sense that the credit targets that are set in C406 should be based off of what is required in order to hit the 70% reduction by 2030. So every code cycle it's supposed to ramp down a certain amount. I think we've all seen that bar chart graph that shows like every code cycle we're supposed to make a certain number of progress. I think you should just pick something that's in between those two different lines, and I suggested 44, between 44 and 45%, and just set your targets so that you are kind of moving towards that target each code cycle in a reasonable way. And then, yeah, I created this high efficiency heating measure, which is based off of absolute efficiency versus relative efficiency, and gave some suggestions on how the efficiency for the different types of heating equipment can be calculated. Created a high efficiency surface water heating credit, and kind of mirrors the same as the space heating credit. So instead of the existing heat pump water heating credit, it will now mirror the space heating credit I just created. And then I suggest that the performance pathways in C407 should be recalculated to be equivalent to the prescriptive pathway. It's impossible to know what that will be until what the final code is decided. And then I deleted the existing building requirements in section C503.
Thanks, Johnny. So just to summarize, you deleted the fossil fuel path and then but instead of, so the last one that we saw from Gary deleted the fossil fuel path and didn't replace it with additional efficiency elsewhere, but you deleted the path and replaced it with an equivalent efficiency. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
So basically, yeah, I moved the credits that were required currently in C401.3, and I just moved them to C406. So now all buildings are required to hit the same target. And that's a combination of what was in C406 plus what was in C401.3. So when you combine those two tables together, you'll get this new C406.1. If you could scroll down. So deleting all C401.3. Yeah, right there. So basically C406.1, this is the number of energy efficiency credits required. This is the combined C401.3 and the existing C406.1. I just added them together. And now all buildings are required to hit this target. But then I created a measure that based on the efficiency of the heating appliance, you get credit, which scales up until you could basically scale it up to infinity, and at infinity you would just completely eliminate your space heating energy use, and that number of credit, you could get up to like 250 credits or something for certain buildings.
So it provides one-to-one
Site
energy
EUI,
efficiency,
exactly.
right? Site EUI for the efficiency of your heating and water heating appliances.
Correct.
Okay. So there's more total credits, but you're also then there's more credits in the credit table to choose from.
Yes.
To get you to that target. Okay. Okay, anything else? Did you want to walk through anything else before we hand it over to the hands up?
I have a friendly amendment I can make at some point later, just to change the the equation and the high efficiency measure based on input I got from one of the parties. But it's basically just changing one of the equations. It doesn't have huge impacts.
Okay.
But we could discuss that at a different.
Did you send that in to Krista?
I'll send that in now.
Okay, yeah, send that in so that we have or something to look at regarding that.
Yep.
Okay, we'll go to questions. Mike Kennedy.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Johnny, how did you modify? I mean, currently we key on the heating capacity of the equipment, or I guess we don't say heating capacity, we say the capacity. Did you make any changes there to clarify what is meant? Are we talking system capacity, equipment capacity, and then also related to supplemental, the treatment of supplemental?
It's a good question. Currently, it's based on equipment capacity, not system capacity. So it's based on the, if you install like a 3-ton, I'm giving you a small example. Let's say a 5-ton rooftop heat pump. It would be based off that capacity of that equipment. And then if you had multiple different appliances in the building, then you would add up all the the equipment capacities in order to find the total capacity if you want to do a weighted average.
So what would you do in the case of water heat, like where storage is such a huge issue? I mean, or where capacity is not published, like on, say a standard unitary heat pump water heater.
Let's talk about space heating first.
Okay.
Yeah, because the water heating does get more complicated. But do you have any questions on the space heating portion with the capacities?
Well, no, I have a comment for later in the discussion.
Cool.
I'm done.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Dwayne.
Yeah, this is a pretty elegant solution. My question for you is, does this just maintain the current code cycles level of energy conservation, or does it attempt to advance it further towards that 70% goal?
It does not attempt to advance it. It's supposed to be basically move things around and set the same energy target, energy performance. I think that the ramifications of the code change to the high efficiency heating measure compared to what is currently in C401.3, it does benefit appliances that, like, I'd say a high efficiency boiler would get more credits than they would get in the current cycle, just based on the fact that it's not linear in nature. It's the code measure is more logarithmic. You get a lot of credit if your appliance is like 95% efficient versus 80% efficient, or if you put in a gas powered heat pump and it's like a 1.3 COP or something like that, you'd get a bunch of credits. And then if you put a COP of like 3, you get more credits, but it's not as drastic as it's like it starts to kind of level off as you approach the theoretical maximum efficiency that an appliance could get.
Well,
So
I
I think
appreciate
that it is technically weakening because of that. It also gets rid of electric readiness requirements.
appreciate
and
the huge amount of work you must have put in to make this go, and it also strikes a blow towards simplifying things.
Fine.
Thanks, Dwayne. Greg.
Yeah, that comment about based on feedback on adjustments to the equation, I believe that was based on our conversation, right, Johnny? That you're referring to?
I was actually talking to
Maybe you
something.
had multiple feedback. Regardless, well, I'll just something I had sent you by email, which I think pertains to your equations, like the 4-17. The one thing that I think that needs to get changed in those equations is it groups primary heating sources and supplemental sources together in the same bucket. And it's using efficiency on capacity-based systems. The problem is, and the fallacy is, a supplemental heat source doesn't operate all the time. So it doesn't matter. It might be huge in capacity, but if it's not operating during the summer, it's consuming no electricity. And then if we're basing it on site energy consumption or source energy consumption, either one, it doesn't matter. But if you're it's got to be on consumption basis, and that's to be congruent with both EPCA and to 2066. So if you're lumping supplemental and primary heat together in the same equation, now you're penalizing equipment that's not even running most of the time. And then also when we're talking about efficiencies, it's assuming efficiency values vary with temperature. So to take the average temperature of a heat pump when it's operating in the average rate, but then that's not when supplemental heat turns on. Supplemental heat turns on when heat pumps are operating in their worst efficiency. So in order to actually account for energy consumption properly, we have to separate out primary heating from supplemental heating for any calculations.
Yeah, it's a good point on the operating hours between the primary and supplemental. That's something I think would be good to get addressed. And happy to discuss that further over email. Sorry if I didn't include that. I think our conversation was a bit last minute, and that was my fault because I didn't send it to you until a few days before I submitted. Yeah, I'd be down to talk about that. With the efficiency, I tried to be fair on how the efficiency of a heat pump might be treated, and I set it to be equal to the 17-degree Fahrenheit design efficiency versus 47. Just to try to get something that's kind of a little bit more realistic on what you might expect the annual efficiency of that appliance might be. But yeah, it doesn't take into account what the efficiency might be between supplemental and primary. Sorry if I sound nasally. I'm recovering from a cold.
I totally understand. I'm recovering from a cold also, Johnny.
Seems like
so get better.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, Gary, you are up.
Yeah, thanks. Unfortunately, from my perspective, this really only shifts. We talked before about the table C40133, which is the additional credits required for the fossil fuel path, and how it would require anywhere from 2 to 7 times the amount of credits. This particular methodology, although a little bit more streamlined because it only has one table, really doesn't change things hardly at all based upon the way this is done. And again, it's comparing on a site efficiency basis. In these particular cases, a heat pump, for example, to a gas furnace or a gas water heater, and it's just not treating things fairly. I'll just kind of give you an example that I did. I kind of went through and I took a look at a multifamily R2 that requires 290 credits. And I just compared a natural gas, and because it's R2, I just looked at the water heating portion of it and putting in a high efficiency gas water heater, and I put in like a 0.97 gas water heater. And that earned me 70 credits. So that was pretty good. But if you put in say a 2.6 COP, and it was relatively arbitrary, COP heat pump water heater, and if my calculations are correct, 277 credits. You basically get almost all the way there by simply putting in a heat pump water heating system. Now, let's go back to that gas system that earned a whopping 70 credits and still needing 220 credits to comply. And as an example, I went down through the credit table, and in this particular example, I'd have to install a high-performance DOAS, a lamp efficacy improvement, shower drain heat recovery, service water distribution sizing properly, enhanced air leakage, and 123 kW of on-site PV in addition to the 75 kW. I used a 100,000 square foot system. So an additional 123 kW renewables on top of the 75 that would be required just to get to that same 220 points. And again, it's when you're doing things on a site energy basis and comparing different energy sources, it's ignoring all of those upstream losses, and it's not a good or fair comparison for the code. So I like a lot of the stuff that was done to streamline things. I think it would be good to get down to a single table if we could, but doing it this way is not correct. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. I mean, I guess when I hear your story about the R2, you're using a 97% efficient gas furnace and comparing it to a 260% efficient water heating system. And I guess, I mean, if we're going on a one-to-one energy basis, one is clearly much more energy efficient than the other.
On a site energy basis, you are absolutely 100% correct, Chell. But that does not take into consideration the total energy used, including all the losses before the meter, whether it be the gas meter or the electric meter. You can't just discount those losses. And that's exactly what you're doing by creating a credits table on that basis.
So you're saying this is if we agree on site energy use, this is a solid proposal, I guess, is what I hear you saying?
If it's based on a site energy, or did you mean to say source energy?
No, that if the tag agreed, because at some point we might just have a discussion site versus source.
Sure.
If we agreed on the site energy basis, then this would be a solid proposal.
No,
you're saying?
I'm saying it's not a solid proposal. I'm saying that the methodology here for calculating the credits is not, it's technically flawed because it's using site energy to compare different energy sources that are delivered to the building with different efficiencies.
Okay. Lisa, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate all the work that went into this proposal. It's very well thought out, Johnny, so I just wanted to commend you on your effort here. I also see this as a viable proposal to address 2066. I do have one specific question for you with regards to section C503.4.6, which is, for addition and replacement of heating appliances or space heating appliances. And looks like the proposal strikes the compliance options for mechanical heating equipment alterations. And I guess my question to you is the basis of that decision. When I look at this section, it's basically stating now is that if you do an appliance, if you replace a piece of equipment or you add another piece of equipment to add capacity to an existing zone, that it has to comply fully with section C 403, where the table actually offered an opportunity for if somebody chose to replace, say, a furnace, that instead of having to comply, full compliance with section C 403 was offering better efficiency. You see what I'm saying? Which is something that's offered over in the cooling section of the code.
Totally.
And so it's not really a part of the I-2066.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering, if there's any other, if that was just kind of caught up in the,
It got caught up. Yeah. I think I was maybe getting a little cavalier in I was basically trying to trying to basically go back to trying to go back to what all the modifications we made in the 2021 code.
Fair enough. Yeah. And I think I totally understand that. And that was, what this proposal addressed. It's just, it's a little different in scope compared to the rest of the proposal. So that was my thought about that, because it does kind of pull back something else. Mhm.
Yep. Down to discuss. I imagine that a working group will probably come out of this proposal.
Absolutely.
And I'm absolutely interested in making any changes that folks want to see that they think need to be made, and that makes sense.
Yeah, great. But yeah, thanks again for the work here. This is a excellent proposal.
Thanks, Lisa. And just to be clear, people are going to probably work on their proposals, and they are welcome to invite other people to help work on their proposals or update their proposals. I would ask that if you do update your proposal, you send it in at least several days, at least 3 days before a tag meeting, so that people can adequately review it. And of course, we can make changes on the fly to some extent. So, a word change here, something else there. But if you're changing a number from 40 to 360, ideally, that should be in 3 days ahead of time, or else we might not adequately be able to consider it at our meetings. And that's for everybody. Okay. After Lisa, I have Mike Kennedy.
And yeah, sorry, Mike, just to answer your question that you asked earlier, I did look. I don't think I addressed the sizing, getting specific into how do we compare the size of the service water heating equipment, nor did I do it in the heating equipment, so that we definitely need to address that.
Right. Well, I think I agree with a lot of what's been said by everybody. I mean, this is preserving what's kind of currently enshrined in the code as site energy, and it's more or less transferring the efficiency, at least in the credits required. And so I like the form better in terms of not having stuff spread between 401 and 406. I definitely think there's an argument to be made. I don't know about, I mean, I was a fan of marginal carbon, which was somewhere between site and source, at least previously. And I really think that's the thing we should be using, but we're clearly not using that. But I do think there is a separate discussion of, what should these credits be based on, site energy or source energy? And to the extent that we've landed on site, which has been the tradition, I think there's kind of a heavy lift to go to anything else. I do question, and you brought it in your up top, you talked about it as an option, and this is a code simplicity versus code accuracy issue of by not having two tables, a heat pump table, so to speak, and a other fuels table or fossil fuel table. we're not properly incentivizing the various options. And as an example, a gas furnace, the gas heat portion of total energy use is going to be much larger when you have a gas furnace versus a COP3 heat pump. And so the benefit of getting a 5% savings in equipment efficiency is much larger in that heat pump, and they should get 2.5 times the credits. And that's an issue in the current tables, but it's just to get the proper incentive, we should really be encouraging heating efficiency in gas equipment. A similar case, but not nearly as dramatic, but there's a lot of credits that say impact lighting or lighting controls. There, the heat pump table should have higher points. There's less of an impact on the heating energy. You decrease lighting energy, heating energy increases to some degree. And if it's a heat pump, there's less impact there. So a gas system would have a lower credits for a lighting measure, whereas a heat pump system would have larger. So I think there is that. Yes, it's really nice not having equations, but I think we really aren't incentivizing things correctly. And in general, I think this is a section of code that needs a calculator, a spreadsheet. One was kind of developed, and I think it works out kind of okay. I don't think this is a section of the code that, I mean, if it's simple, it's still complicated, just because of the area weighting that goes on in the cases. So anyway, I think it's something to think about, is possibly keeping 2 tables and then recalculating the credits, actually using heat pump models and fossil fuel models all the way through.
Totally. Just respond there. I kind of went back and forth on, like, does it make sense to keep 2 different C406 credit tables, one for heat pumps and one for gas appliances, and then so that, because that's kind of how the residential code is currently ran. Like, if you choose, there's like 2 different columns. There's one for one for gas and one for electric, and most of the measures are less for the electric, which makes sense because they use less energy, less savings. I'm totally open to that. I did work with folks at PNNL to calculate like a balanced, kind of like a mixed table, which is what's currently in there in the proposal, is like a mix, so that it the building, if you build it, then it's not quite an electric or a gas building right now.
So you're splitting the difference.
Yeah, it's splitting the difference right now. But I'm totally open to going back to having 2 different tables. But we would need somebody to calculate all the credits, and I don't have the capacity to do that, and nor do I think would it make sense. I think a third party should do it since I'm a proponent. So I'm hoping that we will still have our help from the DOE to do stuff like that. I think it's kind of open and air question right
Johnny,
now.
could you give us do you know, like, just an order of magnitude or percentage or something like that for how much difference it makes that you combine these 2 versus having them separate? I can't quite grasp whether we're talking about something trivial or big.
It's pretty big difference when it comes down to like all the different measures. And I do think that, if we're going to be talking about like level of fairness, I do think that having them to be separate and trying to calculate 2 different, one for electric and one for gas, benefit gas buildings if you have them separate, which I think is fair. I think that because then you'll have most of the measures will increase for gas buildings. They'll get more points for measures that save energy versus some of the measures save more in electric, but most of them will save more in gas.
Yeah, and I think to answer your question, Dwayne, it also matters if you're looking at it measure by measure, what package of measures if you're trying to get real energy savings. I think you're getting a little more accurate picture. In terms of what actually happens, we don't really know what buildings are choosing. I don't know whether lighting is really easy, or so a gas heat pump would probably have 30% less credits for a lighting measure if you calculated this correctly, for a 10% lighting reduction. And if everybody's using lighting, then that starts to be a pretty big deal. But if lighting's not popular, and especially if we pass the proposed new LPDs in one of those proposals, they may not be, then that doesn't happen. So it really depends which measures are actually being utilized out there in the world. On the heating side, for heating efficiency and envelope, it's a factor of 2.5. Is what the difference. If you actually calculated these correctly, the gas heat would have 2.5 times more credit. And then for internal gain measures, where the primary savings aren't heat, but there's an interaction with the heating system, then the electric measures would have like 30% more credit than gas. So
This
to
sounds
some
like it
degree,
would, for fairness and transparency, that having separate tables sounds like it would be an advantage to everybody.
except that it's an equation that no one liked. But
Okay.
yes, I mean, I think from a fairness perspective, it's good. And I guess my just is being the person that was talking about keeping the code simple. And here I'm, as usual, trying to make it more complicated. I think this section is pretty complicated and mostly requires a calculator anyway. So maybe it doesn't matter that we're making it more complicated. So.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Good discussion. Larry, you are up.
Thanks. Here's what I'm seeing out in the field. We're seeing an 8,000 BTU heat pump in these R2 buildings. And then in the same room, we've got electric backup cadet heater. And then in the kitchen, we got off the hall there, we got another electric backup cadet heater. And then in the bedroom, we have another electric backup cadet heater. And if we have another bedroom, they have another electric cadet back heater. And so then we go and we put the electric heat pump in. And after looking at these credits, I see this big jump of credits that go up. And here's what reality is. I'm talking the Spokane area. I don't know about your people over on the west side, but here's what happens. You go in there and the 8,000 BTU heat pump, it's a cranking out. And then you go in the other rooms and they're all cranking out electric. And then I've got a heat pump, water heater that's cranking out. Okay. And here's the problem that I see. Okay. You gave this huge points for the water heat pump heater. And in reality is it's actually costing you more, because the majority of the electric heat that's running in the place is being consumed by the water heater. Okay. And then you have the heat pump out there, because they usually have a slider out front, right? And the heat pump, it's barely covering what the slider can put out. Okay. And so we've given these people all these credits, and in reality, we're still burning electricity by the bunches. We'd be better putting an electric water heater in there than the heat pump water heater, because first I paid for the electricity to heat the room, then I pay for the heat pump to pull it from the room back into the water heater, and then I top it off with some electric anyway. So what did I gain? I didn't gain anything, see? And then here's the roost of the matter. I mean, I think we replaced 4 of these heat pump water heaters 6 years old. And so now they're dying in 6 years because, number one, they're a part replacement. When they go out, you replace the whole thing. Okay. Because there's no parts for these buggers. Okay. So now we just spent another $3,000 for another heat pump water heater. So what did we gain here? We didn't gain anything. Or if you have the gas water heater in there, at least The gas water heater is heating the water at 90% And what does it do for us? It shares the load on the electric. So I don't get this big spike of electric to the utility. Okay. And it kind of smooths out the load a little bit. And then plus the gas water heater is a lot less noisy than the heat pump. That's the biggest complaint of the heat pump water heaters is all the noise that they make. Some people can't even go to sleep with them. And then finally is with the instantaneous gas water heater, the person can go in there and not run out of hot water in a little bit. Okay. So that's just my experience out in the field and seeing what's happening with all these new apartment buildings. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Kevin, you are up.
Thank you. I guess this goes back to the comment I made at the outset that there are a number of ways to approach applying EPCA to an energy code, and the state of Washington had a particular path until I think 2018, maybe 2021. State of Oregon has a similar path currently, and that's to look at the portfolio of energy use across different I'm going to use residential. I know we're in commercial here, but just for the sake of discussion, residential construction types and energy system types, and then set a target based on that portfolio. I'll make a side note in Oregon. Unfortunately, that means you have to do over a dozen energy models for one measure, but just want to open the table to other approaches than just a site energy basis. So thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Greg, you are up, and then we're going to have Lisa, and then I want to move to the third proposal in this trilogy.
Yeah, I didn't want to overstep Johnny, but it sounds like you have some revisions you were going to do. And I just wanted to volunteer if you wanted a work group to help review and bounce ideas off. I'd be happy to be part of that. And it sounds like there's a lot of other interest parties here too. I'd be more than happy to help if that's help you wanted.
Absolutely. Yeah, I would love that.
Thanks, Greg. Lisa, and then we're going to go to the third proposal in this group.
Great, yeah, thank you. I just wanted to follow up with Mike's comments about just the calculations in general. And here we are, we're talking about simplifying the code, and yet, this kind of a calculator it is not simple, but it's definitely attempting to tackle all of the various issues that need to be addressed with regards to, site and source and all of that. And so I just wanted to mention that there is value in having some type of calculation tool or something that the public can use, something similar to like the component performance calculation or, lighting power allowance calculation. These kinds of tools really help the public comply, and it does reduce the burden on the jurisdictions providing the review. And so this is just a voice of support in that, of having those tools developed. Don't know the best avenue to have them developed, but we do get lots of feedback from the public that those types of tools are very beneficial and do improve compliance. Thanks.
Thanks, Lisa. All right, let's go to the third one here, which I think is a Larry Andrews proposal. So Larry, you have the floor once your proposal gets up on the screen.
Again, I thought all that was against 2066, and I think it all needs struck out. And I think we've all heard it many times here. but I don't know what to put back. Okay, because I don't see, I've heard today already that, you know, we're going to give this one so much credit and then we're going to give this one so much credit. And to me, that right there violated 2066. And so I think you got to strike it all. And I think the water heaters are the same, even though maybe one's more efficient one way or another. You violate 2066 by what we're trying to do here at times, because they're each one is supposed to be equal to the other, the way I see it in the way it's written. And we're already talking about one being, well, this one's more efficient than that, so we're going to give this one this heat pump one more than that than this gas one. And in reality, that's what 2066 was about, was not to incentivize one over the other. And that's what I've heard today. And I don't want to waste any more of our time uh, uh, because our time is valuable. And the other two that talked about it, I personally feel that you're violating 2066 by what you're doing here. And so I'm going to end talking because I feel that we've talked a lot about it already, but that's my feeling. When I got to read the law and I read it word for word, then how do you do that without incentivizing one over the other? And that says clearly that you can't do that. Thank you.
Larry, I do have a question for you. I have my own interpretation of 2066, but in what you just said, I want to ask about yours, if you're willing to share.
Sure.
Is your interpretation that efficiency cannot be incentivized?
That's kind of where I'm coming from is, and I would think that if we're talking natural gas, that we're talking high efficiency natural gas here. Okay. And so if you put out a 95% gas water heater, that's going to be equivalent to whatever you put out with electric. That's my interpretation of the law. The way I didn't write the law, I just read it and tried to interpret what it said. And so I have a real problem trying to incentivize, give points more for one to another. And when I see what actually happens out in the field and what's happening, I think what we're trying to do isn't the right thing to do. And I think maybe that's something that people with common sense has put into this bill that realize this. And so that's where my view is, Shell. And I never want it to be personal between any of us, but that's just what I see in the field. And I always try to do the best I can for the customer. Okay. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Larry. Thanks for asking that question. I think each of us has to reflect on what we think 2066 means for the code. So my personal viewpoint is that energy efficiency can be incentivized, and we just need to make the code based on energy efficiency. That's my view. You each have your own view. Okay, so we've heard these three. It sounds like a couple people might want to work on them. Johnny, go for it.
Yeah, how do I go about informal working group? Do I just ask if folks
You would
want
say, hey, who wants to talk about this one offline?
Hey, who wants to talk about this one offline? Raise your hand.
So I saw Greg, Kevin, Lisa, Nathan Miller, Andy Burnham, Larry, Dwayne,
I have a question. If somebody from the public is here that is not a member of the tag, can they also participate in these?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, these are not formal work groups. These are, hey, I want to have people to talk about this proposal with to improve it. So anyone can suggest, Johnny doesn't have to contact everybody who raises their hand. This is just, if Johnny wants to contact people to help with a proposal, he can contact anyone who's raising their hand or a subgroup of the people or others. And you're welcome to contact Johnny if you can and offer input. I mean, we're all trying to work together. Right now, there's 8 people raising their hands, which means 09. So
I'm gonna try to reach out to everybody that raises their hand. I think I have most of your emails. If you aren't a part of the tag, you can please email me. My email's in the proposal. I can't put it in the chat, but it's jcocher@rmi.org. But I think I have
Okay.
all your emails.
So if you're raising your hand and you don't get an email from Johnny in the next bit, or you don't think he has your email address, his email address is in, actually it's Aaron Sherman. Or no, Johnny's is there, jcoker@rmi.org. So if he doesn't contact you, contact him. And then Johnny, once you get the list, if you could either email Krista or check against the tag list and make sure you're not talking to a quorum, that would be great.
Quorum's 50%.
The quorum would be 50% of the tag, and public, of course, doesn't count against that. And then if a primary and alternate are included, that doesn't count as 2 people, it counts as 1 because they only get 1 vote in the tag.
Cool. Based on this list, I don't think I'm anywhere near that.
Okay, great. All right, and that's how we can get a lot of work done here. And then what we'll do is when we address this again, assuming we don't do anything on today, when we address this again, I'll ask for a report from Johnny, and he's welcome to give a report, as well as anyone that talked to him about it is willing to give a report as well. So that's how we're going to do it. I am going to ask for a motion to table the 3 of these until our next meeting, GP 183, 279, and 285.
Greg Johnson will move to table those 3 proposals to next meeting.
Evan will second.
Okay, we have a second. So we are tabling the 183, 279, and 285 so that we can get to the next ones and begin discussing those. All right. Is there a comment on the motion? Well, I guess a bunch of people have their hands raised, but I think your hand was raised for the work group. So Poppy, is your hand is still up too. All right. All in favor of tabling the 3 of these, say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Anyone opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. The 3 of them are tabled. We are off to GP 1141. And we're going to, I'm going to see who is the proponent.
Mike Kennedy.
Mike Kennedy. Okay, Mike.
Yeah. I made 4 proposals. There's 3 of them here, and there's 1 in the section on 406. The intent was to clean up or edit what I saw as issues and oversights with the fossil fuel path, or the treatment of the fossil fuel path and the credits. I think you can argue about one of them, but they're meant to be basically fixing places where the equations or the text or the definitions of the terms aren't really consistent with the intent, as I understood it. So I'm not sure. I think in the context of the other proposals, I see these as more or less backup proposals. If you wind up kind of falling, I'll go through them real quick, but I think these get tabled till the very end and you come back to them maybe. The first one here, 141, and this is probably the hardest one to explain, but in C401, that does
Mike,
two things.
I guess you alluded to it, and maybe I'll say what you alluded to, which is if we pass any of the previous three we looked at, this would not be necessary. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. The middle one, if one was going to implement a fossil fuel and a heat pump table in the Cocker proposal, you might want to look at the equations in the 140
Okay.
to do that.
I'm wondering if you would support the idea to consider these only after we've considered whether we're going to pass one of the other three, just to be speedy with our time. Does that
Sure. I do. I guess, except I'll put the one issue of, are these being considered for 2021 amendments? Is this tag vetting things for 2021?
So that's a good question. So what my hope would be is that we deal with all the 2024 code things and flag certain proposals that we think have 2066 impact. And then the committee, the council, or this tag will then, at the council's direction, take up those to make modifications if necessary to the 2021 codes.
Okay.
It's a mouthful, but hopefully it's clear.
Right. Well, I think these might be more useful in that context, where probably the Cocker proposal is not something you're taking up for 2021. But yes, you could table all these three until late in the game, and only bringing them up if one of those other proposals doesn't pass.
So that is 140, 141, and 142, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, I guess I would like to just get through all these proposals quickly. So maybe if we do this, we can begin considering other proposals. So guess, is there a motion to table the three of these?
Greg Johnson will make the motion to table the three of those until after we've gotten through a decision on the proposals, the 5 proposals we already talked through.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Is there a second for the motion?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. And do either of you want to speak to the motion, or maybe not?
No need.
I had just a quick question in response to your comments about 2021. Just want to make sure I'm understanding. So the thought is that this entire package of proposals, we're going to consider them all for the 2024 code. And some will be voted through and some will be, voted that we choose not to keep them. But the entire package of proposals are still going to be potentially considered for 2021 if necessary. Is that correct?
The council has not given clear direction on that, but that's my hope. Yes.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to table the three of these until we deal with the first 5 proposals on the agenda today, which included striking the entire code and replacing it with either 2024 or 2015, and then taking proposals on that or advancing those in some ways. And then the other 3 were striking just the 401.3 section and then making some other modifications to 406 and other things. So that's the motion as I understand it. Mike?
Yeah. I just want to clarify, these proposals all maintain site energy. Although that could change I think my 4th proposal, which isn't part of these 3, is just basically saying, hey, these don't need to all get recalculated with specific heat pump values and specific fossil fuel values. Anyway, these currently don't impact the credits. It's assuming the credits stay site energy. and it maintains the fossil fuel path exactly as it is, although it could be adapted to Johnny's proposal. But it's basically maintaining the status quo as opposed to a change. So, and I'm in favor of tabling it.
Okay, thank you, Mike. All right, all in favor of tabling, say yes.
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 Any
Yes.
opposed, say no. Okay, these are tabled.
You just got muted, Shell.
Yeah, Shell, you muted on mistake.
Oh, okay. We are off to, so that passes. We're off to strike electric readiness section, which is GP 1204, which is a
Greg Johnson.
Greg Johnson proposal. So Greg, you have the floor.
Yeah, so this has some to do with listening to what's happened on the council. So we heard a lot about embodied carbon, which, just for everyone's knowledge, that's the carbon that goes into making the materials that we install in the buildings. And I think you, Chell, testified yesterday that you even had a letter from several state legislatures saying that something that they want us to consider. And then the 68th legislature commissioned a study on it, which the SBCC released. And noted in that study was the lowest hanging fruit was eliminating that which was unnecessary and won't get used. And there's an excerpt in that report that said, and I'll just read it. Interviewees reported the high cost of electrification and that many electrical systems are overbuilt. In this case, overbuilt refers to an excess of wiring, conduit, switchgear, breakers that have contributed to approximately 35% excess in capacity on some buildings, contributing to increased embodied carbon and cost. Essentially, the electric readiness was instituted as a what-if scenario, and it really has zero impact on energy use, and thus I believe it's really outside the scope of the energy code, because it doesn't change energy use whether you have it there or not, and requiring electrical infrastructure that has nothing to do with that also oversteps into labor and industries jurisdiction. So I mean, if it were energy use, then there's an argument that that's worth that could be included. But since it has nothing to do with that, labor and industries deals with all electrical codes, and so since it's unrelated to electrical energy usage and in the spirit of embodied carbon, this is basically to strike that electric readiness section.
Thanks, Greg. Larry.
Sorry. I agree with Greg on this, because I am an electrician too. So you got to remember the electrical system is built to a minimum standard. Okay. It's not overbuilt like you're talking about. It's built to a minimum standard. You could always go beyond the electrical code and build more into your system. But this is the bare minimum is what the electrical code gives you. And here's the reason why is because when you go to a panel, and a lot of times when we go to the panels, we're going in there with infrared equipment. Okay. And we're looking at the panel to see where the problems are and how warm are the wires. You ever put your hand on a panel and your body temperature is 96.8. So when you put your hand on the panel and you feel warmth, that means it's warmer than your body. Okay. And so that tells me right there that we've got heat resistance in that wires and in that switch gear. Okay. And that's with the minimum standard that we have. And that heat transfer goes up as more load comes on. Okay. And we don't want to go anywhere less than what we have, because depending on the people that are there and how they use this stuff depends on how much load that's going to be put on this equipment. Okay. And all of these laws that are from LNI, from the electrical group, They're all put together from bad experiences. And this is outside this group's wheelhouse, if you're talking to me. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Dwayne.
Yeah, I'd like to respond to a couple of things. One is that the building code regarding envelope and indoor comfort, and the mechanical code regarding delivery of air and those things, and the electrical code, they have standards for indoor environment and safety, and that doesn't stop the energy code from controlling efficiency levels and energy waste. It's not, none of this is stuff that belongs in the electrical code. One thing that I do agree with that was mentioned is that there's often way more electrical service load or capacity provided than is needed. And I think a review of the electrical code standards and to dial back on that because buildings don't need as much energy perhaps as they did in the past would be a good thing. But more sensible to change the electrical code to align better with the actual peak electrical loads than to take it out here. I think that if in fact this trend of EVs just continues, which I don't see any evidence that it's not going to, that there's going to be a vast number of people wanting to have that capacity where they live and work, and it's going to be more embodied carbon involved in doing retrofits after the fact than just having it be one more circuit that's built in when the building is new. These buildings are going to be around for a long, long time.
Thanks, Dwayne. Eric.
To answer your comment, Dwayne, first, EV and the capacity, I think everyone here knows if you're in the building world, right, you have 10% day one, you have 10% capacity on site, you have 10% future of parking stalls, right? That's not addressed in our energy code, nor should it be. It's addressed in other places in the energy code. Greg, to sort of piggyback on your comments related to electrification, I don't think this should be in the energy. Not that it shouldn't be in the codes. I want to make sure that's a point, but it should not be addressed in our energy code electrification. It should be addressed in the electrical. If you're going to put this in here, it should be in the right place. That's the only comment I have on this.
Thanks, Eric. Greg.
I just want to note there's things that were referenced like EV charging. If you put in electrical circuits for HVAC equipment that doesn't exist and probably will never exist, that has no relation to EV charging. It's not going to even adjust for that whatsoever. Like, so I've actually, design and actually deal with when you add EV charging to an existing building. And when you add EV charging for an existing building, you're not running the circuits up to the 4th floor and then running back down to the parking lot. No, in fact, what we'll often do is we'll put a separate transformer and a separate service for EV charging and keep it separate from the building. And that's commonly done. So adding extra infrastructure in the building will not save you one penny. In fact, it'll cost you more and has nothing to do with the EV charging. So I just want to clarify that point, that we're asking for to conjecture that you might use it for this or that is not relevant. The fact that it's not used on day one that the building's built, and it's and you're just aspiration thinking that you might make a change to the building in the future is a bit of a fallacy.
I think we've got City Light on the call, but I believe our utility here does not allow you to just add additional electrical services to a building that's typically just one service to a facility, right?
Well, you're right in that you have to have one service to one building, but a parking lot stall is not a building, and so you can have a separate service to a parking lot stall.
Yeah, Gregory, I could answer that question on a specific project. This is with PSE right now. PSE gave us two services on a medical office building that's in early pre-construction on purpose. One's to serve the EV and one's to serve the normal power service. They wanted it this way. They did not want it to be combined, just FYI.
And that's the same way Vista does it oftentimes for customers too. I mean, there are customers who do have the EV sub-fed from the building, but a lot of customers are actually doing separate services for
Yeah,
EV charging.
PSE, they recommended that. They did not, we actually recommended the other way to come be fed from the building, and they said no. They wanted a separate transformation. Just more of an FYI. Again, we're getting granular here. Anyway.
I can just respond that at City Light, it can depend based on the location.
Thanks, Serena. Now I'm intrigued. I kind of want to know why they would do that, because what I've experienced as an architect is you design the building day one, and the National Electric Code or whatever tells you to put in all this capacity, and then on day one you have a lot. You'll never reach your peak that the NEC tells you to do, and so you have a lot of capacity extra for EVs once you are able to prove that you're never going to be at your peak. That's my experience as an architect. So a lot of our clients put in the capacity and then add extra EVs on day 400 once they can show that they don't exceed their loads. But I'm intrigued by why a utility would rather have two separate services.
I should clarify what I said earlier. We do have a one site, one service as standard policy right now, but that's getting stretched with the needs. And so I'm not sure where the evolution of that stands.
I can, yeah, and Deepa, I'll be you work for City Seattle, right? Right.
Yes.
Is that
I'm at
okay.
City Light.
And the one service is for just normal power, or is the one service for EV too? Or is that like a combined service?
Yeah, I think that the one site, one service is what is currently our policy. That is getting stretched, and I'm not on the team that does this, so I can't speak very in depth, but I believe that they're looking at ways to expand that. And I have heard anecdotally, so I don't know for certain, but I've heard anecdotally, like the parking lot situation that was mentioned earlier, when there's a parking lot, that there can be, but it really all depends. And I can say that within our network, it's highly unlikely that it's even possible to add a second service to some buildings.
And Shell, I could answer your question in like 2 seconds. Generally 480 service for the normal power. In EV, most of the level 2 chargers are 208, 230. So that was the reasoning from PS. It's two separate voltages, just for your knowledge.
No, that's really helpful. Thank you.
Yep.
There's just to add on real quick, there's a bunch of exceptions that you can have two services to buildings, but also to clarify that if the other service for EV charging doesn't have to be touching the existing building either. So you can do a lot of times they'll do pedestal service entrance for just EV charging, and they'll just fence it off out in the screen it off, and then that serves. And so then that isn't even then the section on requiring one service to a building isn't even relevant. But multiple electrical characteristics. If it's reliability issues like fire pumps, those have separate services. If it's over 2,000 amps, it's separate service. So there's a whole list. If you wanted to know offline pros and cons, I'd be happy to discuss it. And since I work in that area quite a bit, I know it very well. So I'd be happy offline.
Okay, appreciate that. Also, I don't think this proposal has anything to do with EVs. As far as I could tell.
No, well, the comment that came up during the discussion was, well, maybe we could use the extra capacity for
EVs, yeah.
charging, and then that's where it spun off, showing that no, you don't, it's not related to it and doesn't impact that.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Deepa.
Yeah, I have yet another process question regarding suggestions to move something into a different part of the code. Is that something as the commercial tag that we can recommend, or are we only able to say take it out or
If
don't?
we moved it into a different part of the commercial energy code, I think that would be fine.
I meant, sorry, I meant to the electrical code, as someone had suggested.
We don't write the electrical code.
Yeah, exactly. So that was my question. So we can only decide whether or not to take it out or keep it in. Is that okay? Thank you.
Yes. Yep, that's clear. Larry.
You definitely want to talk to the electrical chief about this first, what his opinion is. I'm sure he's got a very definite opinion. But remember, the purpose of having a sole service on the building is so if you have a fire, the fireman can come over there and disconnect that one service, and they know that the building's safe to go on. That's probably one of the major guiding lights here is on the service going to the building. The other thing that you're doing, if you're driving your EV like my son does, he wants to go here and he wants to charge it quick. So I think it's like 480 volts that they want to put into these so they get in and out. So you're not sitting there for hours getting your power charged. And so most buildings don't have that kind of power. You know, you're in a 240 system. You're probably not even in a 3-phase system, see? So thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Lisa.
Hi, thank you. Okay, so I want to step back a little bit because we've been talking about EVs and whatnot. This particular provision, as I understand it, and please chime in if I'm incorrect. My understanding of this provision is it is requiring branch circuit, conduits and branch circuit capacities, things that would be very difficult to add to a building down the road. And in many cases, just out of reach budget-wise. So if an owner had equipment on the roof or on site that was fossil fuel based and they wanted to switch to all electric, that to go back in and introduce the infrastructure necessary to do that upgrade would be very expensive, where if it's done at the time the building is constructed, the cost is much less. And so I don't think, and again, I could be wrong, I don't think this provision requires a larger service entrance, but it actually doesn't even talk about adding a second service. It talks about an electrical service upgrade down the road. And so I'd like to get some feedback perhaps on what the true cost is of adding conduits and distribution versus, upgrading the service entrance, to some much larger amount at the time of first construction. And it just seems like there's some confusion around the scope of this provision.
Lisa, this does require it to the service to be upgraded because you'll have these additional branch circuits that are in there. So that's intentional so that you don't have to, in the future, when you have to electrify the building, you don't have to upgrade the whole electrical service and put in all this cabling and stuff. It's ready to go for that transition whenever you have to do it 10 or 15 years from now.
I see. So it's plug and play. The full capacity is already there. Is that correct?
That was the intention.
Okay. All right. Because that is one thing to take into consideration. That there's like two things being accomplished here. The one is, as you just noted, okay, you've got the capacity at the actual service entrance. That's one component of it. But just having infrastructure to support a future one, which would be a whole other upgrade where you're having to, add routing throughout an entire building, that's a whole nother deal. And so in my mind, there are two things being accomplished by this proposal, and yet it's all being combined into one.
Thanks, Lisa. Greg.
I was going to note is we don't require gas piping to be installed throughout the building if you want to do a conversion from electric to gas. But to require electrical conduits throughout the building so you can convert from gas to electric, right there you can kind of see that you're asking something for people installing gas equipment that people installing electric equipment don't have to do, and that could be viewed as violating 2066, and especially when there is no link between energy efficiency, because someone who's installing the gas equipment is choosing to do additional energy efficiency upgrades to their building so they can get the additional energy efficiency. And now you're asking them to add a bunch of electrical stuff also. So it's decoupled from it's completely decoupled from energy use, and it has no adding extra infrastructure. You can't tell me that because you put in these extra conduits that the first 10 years of your building in use, it's going to use less electricity or less gas. It has no impact on that. So it's very clear that this is an overstretch and overreach. If someone views this as being necessary, it's not part of the energy code. And if you want to get this into another code, like the National Electrical Code, there is a code proposal process, just like SBCs. You can go to Labor and Industries website and wait until they file a CR 101, and you can do a filing of a code proposal, and they have a whole process. And if you need help on getting there, I'd be happy to provide you the link to so you could submit a code change proposal.
Thanks, Greg. Larry.
Okay, so just to give you an idea, that means that transformers on the pole or on the ground would have to be bigger. That means the wires coming from the facility would have to be bigger. That means the switch gear would have to be much bigger, because we're talking a lot of these commercial buildings, we're talking 1 million BTUs or more. And so then that means the conduits going up to the roof would have to be extremely long. And then you can only pull through so many 90s. And an upgrade like this, you're probably talking the minimum $80,000 to $90,000 added cost to the building. Okay. Because of the switchgear and everything, the cost of stuff has just gone through the roof. And, so, I mean, if you want some basic idea, and if it's a large building, it wouldn't even come in the ballpark at the price I told you. Okay. It'd be so much more. And the price of copper now is almost tripled in price. And, so then the switchgear itself, the switchgear has just gone berserk in price lately. So maybe we have a 400 amp service and now you got 1,000 amp service. So and then you'd have to figure everything out, what you would possibly gonna have. And if it's an outside switchgear, most of it's on the outside wall. Normally, if you wanted to do something like this, you could probably post a new panel on the outside, go up to the wall and go on the roof. And so you wouldn't even be carrying this through the building like that. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Margaret.
Well, the way I read it, I don't think we're looking at more switchgear or more wiring. It's conduit and space. So, yeah, I'm not seeing that we're upsizing systems in this, although I also, it does sort of seem to preference electrical, but I have a little question. We have so much legislation out there that speaks to decarbonization, and somehow our charge here is not to think about that we have to just purely talk about energy efficiency, and we can't go back and relate it to any of the other decarbonization and emissions reduction goals that we have as a state. I just love to understand that relationship a little better, because it feels like we're being put in a box and not able to respond to the other goals of the state.
I don't have a great answer for you on that, Margaret. I think
Sorry about that.
there's very clear RCWs that affect the Building Code Council and what the tag
Yeah.
does with the Building Code Council. And there are other state policies, and I think, you know, bringing them up is a good thing to do. I mean, let's be aware of all the policies and craft a code that meets the goals of the state, but we definitely have to meet the RCWs that are required of us. When I think of this, when I see this, the electrification readiness, that it brings to mind the clean buildings law that requires meeting energy targets over time, and the energy targets will go down. And we know that one clear way to increase energy efficiency is to include heat pumps for heating and space heating and water heating. And so I guess this would make it easier to do that. It would reduce the cost of doing that in the future under the Clean Buildings Law. But again, we're not directed to do that as part of the Clean Buildings Law. But it's certainly something that we can consider as we do this. Patrick.
Yes, thank you. We mostly, when we talk about 2066, we focus on the changes that it made regarding the line prohibit, penalize, or discourage use of gas, but it also made a change to that same section of RCW where it used to say construct increasingly energy efficient homes and buildings that help achieve the broader goal of building zero fossil fuel greenhouse gas emission homes and buildings by the year 2031. 2066 struck part of that to now where it just says construct increasingly energy efficient homes and buildings by the year 2031. I'm assuming that this was included in a prior code cycle, probably 2021, relating to that broader goal by 2031 of building zero new fossil fuel buildings. But because that's no longer part of the direct sort of statutory requirements in the code, I think it makes sense to remove this. And if the legislature wants that back in, then they can change that. And ultimately, it'd probably make more sense to put it in the electrical code, like other people have brought up, or people could make a proposal to do that. But I think it makes sense to remove this, because if you leave it in without that directive, it creates an effective kind of penalty on natural gas where you have to add in a bunch of things or change sizing and have increased costs that have nothing to do with your energy efficiency, that have nothing to do with the appliances you're using. And so it just creates a unnecessary burden on the project. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. Nick, you are up.
Just a quick comment. We're dealing with this 2066 in a lot of different ways. I'm on the climate action group down here in Clark County, and it's going to take a concentrated effort from everybody. Just remember, consensus is the best program when we're going forward to find a solution for this. There's a whole bunch of smart people on this panel, and I believe we can get a good result at the end of it if we just use our sense to do that.
Thanks, Nick. I agree wholeheartedly. We have so many smart people here, and my biggest fear is that we're not getting through things quickly enough to reward all of you with the results. We have 7 minutes left today. We could take action on this or not take action on this. And then if we didn't take action, we would kick it to the next meeting. So go ahead, Mike Stone.
Yes, I'm Mike Stone. I'm with NEMA, National Electrical Manufacturers Association, and I've just been listening to the conversation. I was on the 2024 IECC Residential Consensus Committee, and we kicked this around quite a bit. It's similar with residential and commercial, but the item number 1 there, to provide the spare electrical branch circuit conduit to the location, that's really where you're going to realize some cost savings in the future. You're future-proofing the building if you do that. for a minimal cost. And as far as the size of the service, if you did add electrical equipment in the future, say a heat pump or electric vehicles for that matter, and you exceed the capacity of your service, you can put in a load management system. And that's really a common way to approach this now. And all the major manufacturers are making load management equipment that you can use for this purpose. So you don't necessarily have to put in a gigantic service just to accommodate this in the future. So anyway, just a couple of comments there that I wanted to throw in. Thanks.
Thanks, Mike.
Wait, Mike, could I ask Mike a question about that?
Sure.
I was under the impression that if you put in these spare circuits, you'd have to have them accounted for in your sizing of your transformer and in your main panel, right?
Well, you could do that in your initial plans. You could put in your load management calculations. So in the future, if you did add those loads, you would put them on a load management system. So you would not have to upsize the transformer or the infrastructure to do that, but you would want to plan for it ahead of time.
You could even do that then if you were putting in heat pumps right now and maybe keep your service size down.
That's correct. Absolutely.
Thanks.
Thank you. I love these technical discussions. Poppy.
Yeah, I think it's important to keep this requirement. And I do think that it's about efficiency, but obviously because it's for the future, it's about existing buildings. And I think that that is also important. And we are often, again, I mentioned this earlier, we're kind of confusing fuel with efficiency. And I think that could be confused here because we call it electrification readiness, but we could just as easily call it efficiency readiness, because unless we're talking about this debate that we haven't had yet about source fuel versus site, source energy versus site energy, the site energy is significantly lower, significantly more efficient when you're using this heat pump equipment. So it is actually about efficiency, and we're affecting these existing building retrofits potentially in a really dramatic way and making it a lot cheaper for them to be more efficient in the future. And the last point I'd like to make is that, yes, we have this 70% mandate, but just because something we're doing doesn't correlate directly to that does not mean that we don't have the authority to do that. That is referring to new construction. We have the authority to make code that makes existing buildings more efficient. We don't need it to be tied to that 70%. So we're doing it in the way that we did it for new construction and existing construction before we actually had the mandate. So I think it's really important to maintain for those reasons.
Thanks, Poppy. Lisa.
Yeah, that's very well put, Poppy. I'm glad you brought up that element of it, because we are looking at the Clean Buildings Act and all these other elements of building upgrades down the road. It would be very interesting to see the cost increase. So if a building owner has fossil fuel equipment on the roof serving their building, and they want to upgrade to high efficiency heat pumps down the road, how much additional cost will be incurred for that upgrade if the space, we'll just call it space, conduits, space within the electrical room, those elements of this provision, if those are not already there, how much cost does it add to that efficiency upgrade down the road for that existing building? And I've not seen numbers for that. It would be really helpful if that was available, and if somebody's aware of where to find that, that'd be great. But it just seems like there's two things going on in this provision. You've got one that's providing the space, the accommodation, running conduits and leaving space in a room. My understanding would not trigger other requirements associated with the electrical service. But making sure that there's this additional electrical service, that is definitely another element of it. So it looks like these are two different things that perhaps could be incorporating the code more directly in that way versus tossing the whole thing.
Thanks, Lisa. Greg.
So just highlight a fallacy. So there was a mention about the branch circuiting saving costs for the future, but a lot of commercial buildings, they're putting in hydronic boilers that run to the to the fan coils. Well, they might place the boilers in the basement of the building, and then if you wanted a heat pump, like you're going to a heat pump system, you might have an air handler on the roof. And so you could run all your electrical branch circuiting to your basement, right where your gas boilers are. And then you decide to want to switch to electric heat pump for an air handler. And you find out that, oh, shoot, that doesn't really help me because I have all this branch circuiting I installed to the basement, but all my electrical equipment is going to be on the roof.
Yep.
So
just to be clear, Greg, if you look at number 1, it says to the location of a future replacement heat pump appliance. So I guess as a designer, that would tell me that I would look for where the future replacement would be. I don't know, maybe that's not where you're going.
But you're also, I mean, you're also looking up the interpretation of the designer. And I can tell you a lot of folks, your electrical main service is in the basement. And I can tell you that if cost is paramount. And so if they say, well, my electrical service is in the basement and my gas unit's right next to the basement, I'll run the electrical conduit right there and it will sign off and meet the letter of law and call it good. And then in the future, if they ever did want to change, because they don't want to run a conduit all the way through the entire building up to the roof. I mean, that would be a lot more cost. So, I mean, you're not going to get the intent that you have by this language. Like all that branch circuiting is not going to go to where you actually have the equipment, the new equipment that needs to go in. So you're just putting in unnecessary equipment that has no benefit. And with that, from what I'm hearing today, it sounds like everyone pretty much understands this motion. If I'm wrong on that understanding, please speak up after. But because of that, I'm going to make a motion that we accept this proposal.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
And wait 1 second, let me understand this, Greg. So when you say accept this proposal, we're just striking this from the energy code, right?
That is correct.
Because, okay. I would like to make an amend. I don't mind this provision, this electrification readiness. It's just in the wrong place. That's the only issue that personally I have. I don't know if that's a amendment to the motion, where NECA or the building code committee would look at this. For example, I gave the EV chargers, right? That's in section 429 of the International Building Code. It's in the right place. That's the only thing that, me personally, I don't know if there's a motion on the table for that.
There's a motion right now, and I'm looking for a second for that motion.
Second, I second it.
Okay, Larry has a second. Greg's primary, Larry's a second. Okay, now we can discuss it. And Eric, you had some thoughts on it. And I guess my quick answer is this tag has jurisdiction over the energy codes, the commercial energy code, but not the other ones. We could certainly make a recommendation to other groups to do something about it. I also realize we are out of time. And since we have a motion on the table, I think we can dispense with it, but
do you need another motion to extend 15 minutes?
Sure, why don't we do that?
Okay, I'll move to extend 15 minutes.
I'll second. This is Kevin.
Okay, a motion to extend for 15 minutes. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no.
No.
No. Oh,
Okay, I am going to do a roll call vote on this extension. So staff.
Okay. Margaret Montgomery,
Yes.
Kim Barker,
No.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
Eric Bedell,
Yes.
Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Nathan Miller,
Yes.
Arena Respetness,
No.
Kevin Duell,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
No.
Larry Andrews,
Yes.
Lisa Rosenau,
Yes.
Irina Sesarova,
We don't hear you if you're,
doesn't look like she's here any longer.
yeah.
Brett Conway, I don't see him any longer. Luke Howard,
Yes.
Marcus Berta,
Nope.
Alessandra De La Torre.
She had to leave, but Deepa Sivarajans, her second, no.
Okay, motion carries 8-6.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor, and that is to strike this, or to accept the code proposal, which is to strike the electrification readiness section. The meeting has been extended, so we're going to take a bit of comment on this and then vote on it before we start losing lots of people. So Larry, go ahead.
If you're gonna do this, that means, because you're only gonna want 3 wires in that conduit probably, because you start stacking more wires in that conduit, then they're gonna be derated for the electrical part of it. So you're probably gonna have major wires going up from the electrical panel, or not wires, but a conduit of such size that could take a load. You're probably gonna run that to the roof if you're gonna put it on the roof. And then you're gonna have a panel up on the roof. From there, you're gonna go run to all your different pieces of equipment, okay? And it might be multiple conduits, because depending on the size of that you're talking, I mean, gas packs a lot of BTUs in a small pipe. And to put all this into electrification, you're talking a lot of amperage here, okay? And so that's bigger stuff, bigger costs. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Todd.
Thanks, Chair. I don't know if it's your practice to take comments outside of the tag during a motion, but if so.
It's in the practice to accept public comments.
Okay. Thank you. So Todd Byer, State Building Code Council, but I'm also the chair of the IBC tag. I think if it's the desire to propose this in the tag, we could devise mechanisms. We've done joint tags, or we could bring it up to the correlation committee to entertain, bringing that back down. I think I'll give my opinion. I don't know that it belongs in the IBC in a life safety code. I think the example of the EV readiness is valid. That is in the IBC. I think we all could be convinced, and there could be further discussion on this. But if it's a desire of the tag, I think we could find a mechanism to consider it. So thanks.
Thanks, Todd. Dwayne.
Yeah, I think I'm the original author of this, and the idea here was that we do take the state law seriously, saying that we have to dramatically reduce energy use, and reducing energy use is the most easy way in an existing building is to switch out to heat pumps. So we're trying to make this to reduce the future cost of that transition, knowing that it's coming for a large proportion of the buildings that we're doing now. And to make it so that it's really a plug and play. This has been, for our existing building stock, we're dealing with this in Seattle right now. It's one of the big economic stumbling blocks is that upgrading the electrical service and capacity for the building is a big expensive deal and makes this much harder on people. So it's one thing to just build the new building with more capacity. It's an entirely different thing, and I think by an order of magnitude for cost to upgrade it later. And so this was when this went in at the code. I think this actual paragraph was debated by the council and included, and so it's already been through all of these arguments, and the decision was made at that point to include it. So I'd like to see it stay for the good of those building owners who are going to need it in the future.
Thanks, Dwayne. We are going to vote in 2 minutes. So Kevin and then Larry.
Yeah, thank you, Shell. My bias here is I'm a mechanical engineer, so I have to follow the law. And the law says you can't discourage the use of gas. So my question to you is, do these provisions discourage the use of gas in a building? And I think the answer has to be yes. This adds cost to construction. It adds cost to the design effort. It also adds to the headache of the design effort. So it is a discouragement at all levels. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Larry.
Yeah, Dwayne, the only thing I would say is this needs to be vented and put in the electrical code. If you want to do it, this is where it needs to be, is in the electrical code, not in our code. It needs to be in the state electrical code. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Margaret.
I like the earlier idea of changing this from electrification readiness to efficiency readiness, because that's really the purpose of it. And it's a little clearer that way.
Thanks, Margaret. Okay, it is time to vote. All right. So the motion is to accept this proposal, which would strike electrification readiness or efficiency readiness as it suggested. So a yes vote is to strike electrification readiness. A no vote would, I guess, keep it in. So let's go down the list and vote. Roll call.
Okay, Margaret Montgomery,
No.
Kim Barker,
No.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
Eric Bedell,
Yes.
Sean Vig,
No.
Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Nathan Miller,
Yes.
Irina Rasputnis,
No.
Kevin Duell,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
No.
Larry Andrews,
Yes.
Lisa Rosenau,
No.
Irina Sosarova. She wasn't here.
Sorry, this is Andy Burnham as the alternate.
Oh, you're there, Andy. Okay. Andy?
No. No.
Brett Conway, Luke Howard,
No.
I didn't hear Brett Conway. Is he gone?
yeah, he's not on the list.
Okay.
Marcus Furta,
This is Kevin, the alternate. No.
and Deepa.
No.
Motion fails 5-11.
Okay, motion fails 5-11. Thank you for spending part of my 50th birthday with me. 50 years ago on February 7th, I was born, and it's been fun. Been
Happy
real.
birthday, Shell.
Happy birthday. Woohoo. Got some awesome pies and some bowling in my future tonight.
I hope it gets better from here, Shell.
It's certainly not more fun. Nothing could be more fun than spending time with you all. Thank you
It
for
can
the
only be topped by Valentine's Day doing this again.
yes, that's
Yeah.
so romantic. All right, well, thank you all for putting your best forward today, and we will go quicker through other things in the future, but today, because of the agenda issues and other things, I wanted to take our time. So thank you all, and we will see you next Friday, if not before. We are adjourned.
Thanks, Shell.
Thanks, everyone.
And happy birthday.
Cheers.